last he was beaten 9-7 by Kasper Matikainen. He was given a workout by Fitim Haradinaj next time out, winning that 9-7 and coming through last night quite comfortably actually against the New Zealander Win Henry, 9-2. But never ever underestimate Jonas Suto Camino. He's having a great year. He's up to number 11 on the all tournament money list. He's actually number 12 in the World 9-Ball Tour rankings. But of course, the top dog, as he's been for quite some time now, Fedor Gorsht. There you see those two, I would say, bread and butter victories over Henderson and Candela so far. But now he knows the standard of opposition increases considerably. Fair assessment, Scott Frost?
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Actually, Phil, you always say it the best. That being said, I do believe that Jonas has a chance at winning this match just due to his power. He is a very loose and rapid player. I think the beginning of this match is everything.
Yeah, I was chatting with Jonas Suto in the hotel actually this morning, and I thought he seemed a little subdued when he played Kasper Matikainen first up. I asked him if he was okay. He said, yeah, everything's fine, feeling really good. He's a very positive character, bubbly character, good guy. And yes, I think if he makes a good start, Gorsht could be under a mountain of pressure, as all defending champions are. It's a unique kind of pressure.
All right, short with the one so far, looking dry as a bone. And it is. Something that we were just touching on stage is that Gorsht has been working on his break. He's not been real happy with it. Lucky he didn't scratch. The 9 did get movement. But boy, you can't ask for a better opener than this. Watch out, you don't want to finish on the rail here.
Suto's calling card, he wins racks quickly. If he can suddenly barge into a 3 or 4 rack advantage, I think he's got the capabilities to hold on, but it's a matter of whether he can do that.
Really nice recovery there. I felt like he might have got a little bit more out of line, but handled that well. Notice his pace around the table. His heart rate is definitely up. Now, he's naturally a quick player, as Phil touched on. But game number 1 on this table in the World 9-Ball Championships against the reigning champion, you know it's got to be high.
Although he lost 13-1 to Aloysius Yap in the final of the UK Open, don't get the wrong impression. He was absolutely brilliant there in Telford, beating a whole succession of big names, and not just beating them with ease. Mickey Krause 11-5, Jason Shaw 10-3, Matthias Snigotsky 10-2, Mario He 10-3. When you can do that, you can beat Fedor Gorsht.
Yeah, I thought he was about to make a big mistake. Another great recovery on the 6 there. He was definitely short off the 5. I like a little bit more time, even though he's forced here to use the extension on his cue. It just kind of breaks up the monotony of the pace that he's running around the table with. I think it can be a hindrance at times. You just get a little ahead of yourself, especially with a player like Suto. But now taking a little more time, Phil.
Yeah, I think he's just a naturally exuberant person, whether it's playing pool or doing whatever. Absolute breath of fresh air, actually, around the tournament scene. And he's already equalled the number of racks he won in that UK Open final. So, Jonas Suto, we told you he was quick, and first rack already won. Now, Soa up against Victor Zielinski. It's a tough draw, but it was against Albin Auschen last night, and she negotiated that. This is over on table 3. We can actually see this table unimpeded from our commentary position. They arrived early, these two, actually, to the table. And I was watching Zielinski. Just gave me the impression he was a little bit cat on a hot tin roof before the start. He was a little nervous.
Well, you can't really blame him. I think he understands how good she's breaking and that she just isn't going to go away. It doesn't seem like the pressure is getting to her. She's actually up for it.
Of course, we'll keep you right up to speed with all of the matches that are going on at the moment. So many realistic title challenges are in play right now. And one of them is Jonas Suto.
First look at his break. Oh, and it looks good. What's it gonna do? It never fails, Phil. It seems like on this table, oftentimes, even when they're getting the one down, they're not getting a look at the blue two. But that's the beauty of the World 9-Ball Tour. If it was easy, everybody'd be doing it.
Yeah, the 2-ball this week has been like a naughty schoolboy refusing to toe the line. It deserves detention. Coming after school for an hour, you're giving these players no chance to run out, although one player happy with that is Robbie Capito, because he's in line for the most consecutive break and run outs, and that $10,000 US bonus, he's made 5. And I'll repeat what I said yesterday, that will take some beating.
Push out called.
Yeah, Johan Chua run 4 yesterday, and that's saying something because the equipment's definitely gotten tougher as the days go forward. I have to agree with you, Phil. I think 5
Better, it's your choice.
We felt like that on day 1 when Robbie did it. It's just an impressive number, especially when you're racing to 9.
Yeah, also an impressive number. The prize itself, $10,000 US. He would be delighted to hang on to that. But of course, last year when he captured this title, Fedor Gorst won 25 times that. $250,000, and that's the pot of gold awaiting the winner this time.
Yeah, touching on Federer in this
Jonas,
particular position. Interesting. He's giving this back. I've talked about it. Federer does not have to play his A game to win a major. He is so deep as far as his disciplines are concerned. Great tactically, great at kicking, great at jumping, the best in the world. He's never flashy, just seems to get the job done.
The winner of this match in the last 32 will play either Max Lechner or Joshua Filler. But right now, Lechner has just won the opening rack.
The 2 passes here. You might have to power this. Looks to me like the cue ball's tracking towards the pink 4. He could just follow through it, sending the 4 forward. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. Punched right through it. Wow.
And that really underlined what you were saying a while ago. Nothing flashy, but for the aficionado, the pool cognoscenti, if you like. That's what impresses, that kind of shot.
Yeah, and I believe he's fallen near perfect here. He just needs to go forward. The purple 5 is next. It plays in the lower left. He's acting like he's got a little bit of a funny angle, but I think he's just evaluating. Well, this angle tells me it might not be straight. Yeah, he was a little awkward here, and this needs to settle. He had just a little bit of the odd angle there. But this is really where Federer shines. I don't know another player that plays the right shot more than himself. He doesn't play the scoreline, ever. He plays the right shot.
And by the way, the right shot isn't necessarily the right shot from one day to the next. It's just sometimes how you feel. He evaluates everything.
Yeah, something I see impressive with Federer, though, he'll be in a trailing position in a match and maybe have an aggressive opportunity, and he'll take the passive play that's assured. And you don't see a lot of great players do that. This needs to settle, but I think it's going to. I don't know, Phil.
Yeah, I think he can see enough of that to knock it in. Whether he will or not, that's another matter entirely, because with that cue ball close to the side cushion, he's cueing down, and even the great Fedor Gorst, he can miss this. Oh, ye have little faith.
Yeah, when he puts the back extension on, it gives him a little bit more cue to go through the cue ball there. And it's real clean. Gives a little more weight to the cue. Just gets cleaner through the cue ball.
Of course, now we've got into the last 64. The races are extended to 11. Sounds a lot. In pool, it isn't. But it's a little more of a luxury than those races to 9 that we've had for the first 3 days.
Fedor Gorst wins the
The
second
title
rack.
holder equalises. Now, over on table 3, we've just got there to see Viktor Zielinski equalise against Seoseoa. The South Korean won the first rack. Zielinski hits back. It's been a great start for England's Chris Melling. The Yorkshireman 2-0 up on Carlo Biardo on table 2. Carlo Biardo, former champion here. Mind you, Melling is in a spot of bother as we pop in. His opponent, Carlo Biardo, came very close to defending this title. He won it in 2017, lost in the final the following year, 13-10 to Joshua Filler.
Yeah, Phil, and if I think there's any gaps in Melling's game, it's probably the tactical side. I know we've touched on that before. He's great aggressively, one of the best shot makers to ever live. Tactically, not so much at times.
Rack 3.
Another 2-0 scoreline on table 15. Bernie
Scores are tied, one
Regalario,
rack each.
2-0 up on Dimitris Lukatos. An Eklund Kachi runner-up last year. He's taken the first rack from João Grillo of Portugal.
Well, that's what Gorst is looking for. The one down. And a clean look at the 2. And this is when he becomes the best on the planet. I don't see any trouble. Maybe the 3 to the 4. 6 plays in the side. just want to get out enough here on the 3. Yeah, that becomes a little trickier, I believe. I think you want to get around the 9.
Extension
you can see the grimace that was just on his face. So he wanted to get clear of the 9 and all the way above the 3. Then you have a lot of room to work with, a lot more table. Now he's got a little bit of danger with the green 6 and the maroon 7 or brown 7. He's got to split the window between the 6 and 8 if that's the route he's coming. Real easy to slip behind the 7 here. Better off going into the 6. He's decided to come all the way past it. Okay, this is one of those situations I like to brag on him on. At times, he will just play the percentage. I don't think he goes to the side pocket here. He's got real good cover with the brown 7 or the possible 8. He never forces anything, and that's the part of him that's not flashy. Oh, he doesn't want to fluke the 5.
Well, Jonas Suto must have fully expected to be hooked. What a bonus for him that he's not. By the way, Max Lechner has doubled his advantage over Joshua Filler to 2-0.
Yeah, Phil, I don't really hate it if he goes at this. Oh, he was hooked, I think. Kind of fooled us there.
Yeah, I think it was a very simple hit, though, and he must have expected a much tougher escape than the one he had to pull off.
You can hear the shot clock. Federer notorious to run it to the end. Now this is a great play. There is a kick and stick option to the left side. Pretty dangerous position though. Going to the left long rail first due to where the purple 5 is at. Actually, let me rephrase that. Extremely dangerous. Gorst so good with the jump cue. That 5 becomes massive down here. Yeah, maybe a little let up. Caught it a little bit thin. Wanted to catch it right in the face. Back down to the end of the clock. Gorst goes to the side. Now this is a little tricky. Going rail first on the 5, it is extremely deep. I don't even know that he can go rail first. He's got to catch the rail just in front of the 5. He made that look easy. Ball first, Phil.
Well, I was about to say he'd settle for it, but then there was another form of settling, the cue ball on the side cushion. So this is a tricky one.
Yeah, he's elevated. Does he have more angle than we think? Wow. That needs to settle. I thought he could just float that in, Phil, and take a little more distance on the 7, but must not have felt comfortable making the ball that way. I think that was really the issue. Can he bank this to the right side pocket, kind of play a two-way with the 8 as a backup cover? This is where he really shines. He's so clever, utilizing what's left on the table.
Yeah, he fully understands the geometry of a pool table. And the amazing thing is, he's still only 25 years of age. He still should be in the learning curve. I suppose everyone is, but he's far at the end of it. How about that? Well, well, well. Yonasuto. Talk about turning a rack around.
Yeah, I don't believe he meant to come behind the 7 here, but he will definitely take it.
Well, this 9 ball by no means a certainty.
Yeah, this is a pool player's least favorite shot.
Well done.
Yeah,
It caught
Suto
some
wins the
of the
third
jaw,
rack.
but went in. And yeah, you see him acknowledge his luck there. They say 7 is a lucky number. It was for Yonasuto in rack 3. Lots in today to see so many great matches in the World Pool Championship. Saudi Arabia's representative, Farhad Al-Dayan, is 2-1 up at the moment on Anton Raga. Now, I can tell you, Victor Zielinski actually has just won a few seconds ago the fourth rack against So Seoa, so he leads 3-1. There it is, updated. The Filipino teenager, AJ Manis, who we saw beat Alosha Shiab yesterday, he's 2-1 up on Mieszko Fortunski. Johan Chua 2-1 over Max Eberle. 1-1, Mario He and Moritz Neuhausen. Oliver Sholnocky's taking the first rack from Roland Garcia. Joshua Fillers won his first rack of the day. He trails Max Lechner 2-1.
Leaving 2 racks
of course, that's the score here in favour of Jonas Suto.
And this is great signs for Suto. That's not the best result, but the one in the side he can't be disappointed with. So there is a thing called a push out, and that is most likely what he'll do in this situation. He can push the cue ball anywhere he would like, and the oncoming player has the option to take it from where it lies or give it back. Question is, where do you go? Not extremely familiar with Suto's push-out game, but it's an integral part of 9-ball. I don't mind going up here, but the brown 7 looks pretty big, meaning can Gorst lay him up behind it? You saw the flick of the hand there. I think Suto wanted to lay him down on that top rail. Yeah, the brown 7, a very big target to tuck behind. He got back up with the 9. Oh, he caught it way too heavy. I don't know, though. The 9 might have got a piece of this. Looks like it did. I think he was trying to tuck behind the 7 there and maybe squirted on him a little bit. Neither here nor there, he's forced to kick. Like to catch the bottom half of the 2 here, Phil.
Well, of course, the last time he kicked was at the tail end of the 3rd rack, and he potted the 7. And this time, fortune again. And when a player starts to get fortune against you, Scott, once, twice, 3 times, whatever, as it builds, sometimes the demon can be on the shoulder saying, is it going to be my day? And that creates pressure in itself. I don't think Fedor Gorst will be worried at 2-1 down after one clearly outrageous fluke, but 2 or 3 more come in his direction or against him, then that might change.
Extension called.
Yeah, absolutely. We know how that can mount for both sides mentally. Real nice flick, though, off the bottom of the 2 by Gorst. I believe he's got the jump cue out. Looking to go to the top left here. Buckle up. Buckle up, Phil.
Just incredible. Look at this. When it comes to jumping, he's in a league of his own. Very, very good. Showed that in Telford. Maybe a league of his own is an exaggeration, but he's certainly up there.
And this is always the problem, right, Phil? They come with a great shot, a tough shot. And the one that's a little easier next time is the tough one to make, or the one that they often miss, and here he's missed the 3. And that's exactly what Gorst needs.
Hello. That was quite a quick stroke. He played it quite quickly, just not characteristic.
Very well observed. There are times where Gorst will get a little quick in the backswing. It's not often, but it happens. What happens when you get quick in the backswing is the brain wants to copy that movement going forward. That's in all sports. All right, trouble with the red 3. Did he 2-rail it? Does he have room to play this ball rail first?
Extension call.
Yeah, this can be a two-way play. He's got cover with the 6 and 7. If you catch it a little bit full, the 3 just goes upwards to the right long rail. I don't know if he wants to flirt with catching a piece of the 7. So he might just intentionally catch the 3 full. Hard to tell from here whether he can make this or not. Kick and stick also available. Clean. Not the friendliest of rubs. Yeah, so far fortune a little bit on Suto's side. Look at this play here. Wow. Much more difficult than it looked.
The tolerance there to get the cue ball past the green 6 into that hook zone was tiny, and he pulled it off as though it was the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, he said that perfectly. That was an extremely difficult cue ball. Is he going to get paid off this time?
Now, a little before we came over to table 3, Victor Zielinski had a chance to win the rack. He hasn't at that visit, but so in a hook on the 7 ball. Very surprisingly, she makes no contact with it at all. And so you've got to think Zielinski, who's a terrific potter, is going to take a 4-1 lead. I'll let you know when that becomes actuality.
Yeah, notice there, Gorst putting the extension on. He's got distance here. Like to get a little bit more out of the cue ball. A little more weight in the backhand. Oh, clean as a whistle. Getting past the black 8 was never even an issue. Actually hit it too good to get down here to the bottom rail.
It is 4-1 Zielinski. So struggling in the early going after winning the first rack. Thought the 9 ball might obstruct. It hasn't. Surely from here, Gorst is going to get back all square.
Yeah, really started with the 4 ball this rack. Got the most out of it to even get a good look at the purple 5, and then coming with the long shot on the 5. Got a lot of work done here.
Phil Gorse wins the 4th rack.
And there it is. Level terms indeed for the defending champion. So racks being traded centre stage right now. So many other matches going on that pique the interest. Oliver Sholnocki 2-1 upon Roland Garcia. Now, there you can see the table that we've been watching because we were right perched over it. Francesco Candela against Mickey Kraus. Kraus, former European Open champion. And this is AJ Manis, the youngster from the Philippines who's got that fluid stroke. It seems as though he's playing for nothing when he's playing for everything. AJ Manis 3-2 up. As for So, she's trying to claw back from a 4-1 deficit against Victor Zielinski. By the way, Carlo Biardo is now 3-3 with Chris Melling. Kraus and Candela 2-2. David Alcady, he's 3-2 upon James Arenas. Eklund Kachi, last year's runner-up.
Rack
He's
5.
2-1 down to João Grillo.
Phil Gorse to break. Scores are tied, 2 racks each.
And going nicely, Loho Sum, former World Masters finalist, 4-2 upon Mauricio Garcia of Peru.
Look at the speed at which the 1 went in. Deceiving power from Gorst. I've talked about it a lot on the break shot. Doesn't look like he's got quick cue speed. But in my opinion, top 5 breaker on tour at worst when it's working. There's a great look at the 1. There was no question. And there's no question about this layout. Really, the 4 to the 5 might be a little tricky. That's about it.
Just one side note, Scott, as I was going through those matches there, it just struck me the cosmopolitan nature of this championship. Over 40 nations represented initially. And would you believe 30 nations
Extension call.
are represented by at least one player in the last 64.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating. And talk about the Black Tiger, Carlo Biardo versus Chris Melling. I think Chris Melling has his hands full there. He was leading early, but tied up at 3 apiece. One of my favorite players, Carlo Biardo. The great Filipino.
With this match, Jonas Suter, one of 3 Spaniards into single elimination. Gorsh, one of 4 Americans. Not the cleanest of pots, was it? Not the cleanest.
Yeah, not at all. But Socio now back on the board. She's got 2 games. Phil just touched on the 4 ball, not exactly clean. It did look like Federer got a little quick in the backswing. But his opponent, Jonas Suto, he will make anybody uncomfortable at times.
Yeah, you naturally assume that the slower player would dictate the pace of the game, and sometimes it is actually the faster player of the 2 that can pull that off. Not often, but occasionally. But Gorst is so unshakable. Not a lot bothers Gorst apart from the standard of his own performance. And here for the first time, after falling 1-0 and 2-1 behind, the title holder hits the front at 3-2. So of course we're getting into the second half of the calendar year, and that means the Mosconi Cup is drawing ever closer. Early December this year at the Alexandra Palace in London, Gorst tops the USA rankings. Tyler Steyer is there. He's into the last 64 here. Lucas Fracasso Werner might be in line for a debut. Skylar Woodward was captain last time. Billy Thorpe has been a regular in the team also. As for the European side, well, no one surprised by Joshua Filler being top of the rankings. He is at his best, the best, plain and simple. But Jonas Suto, he could well make his debut. One of the reasons he's been doing so well in some of the smaller events, he won the Seattle 9-Ball Open in March, beating Skylar Woodward. Hill in the final. He won the Town V10 Open in Helsinki, beating Petri Makinen in the title match. He's been third in the Beasley Open, fifth in Bucharest, and the Night Shot Open in Dubai. So that's why he might be heading
for
Ali Pali.
Leading 3 racks to 2.
A good run here from Jonas Suto, and he will be heading for Ali Pali.
Yeah, great success last break for Gorst. Can you repeat? Oh, and it looks good. Where's the 2 finish? He's going to have a great look. And it carries right to the 3. Kind of unfamiliar territory, Phil. Gorst has been leading, you know, the second half of these matches. Basically every match he's played this week. Early on, he might be a game or 2 down, but really takes control after about the first quarter of the match. I got to tell you, it's good signs for Federer. Played a lot of pool. Don't let the tournaments he hasn't played recently fool you. He's played a lot of pool. He played a race to 120 versus Shane Van Boening not long ago. That's a lot of pool. Did win that match by landslide. Yeah, just trying to drift over for the top left on the pink 4. Such a great cue ball in tight areas. This is why he's so good tactically.
Extension called.
Pay attention to how he finishes with the cue. Even when he's slow rolling a ball, the cue finishes 4 to 6 inches forward. His follow through is consistent. There is no body movement. The back arm is extremely steady. He's got to get out away from the 7, 9, and the 8 here. He's got options. He can go forward. He can punch twice out. Might be able to just draw straight back, and he can. Caught a piece of the 7. That didn't hurt things, I don't believe. Going to punch one rail over here, probably to the second rail. Oh, he got quick again, Phil, in the backswing. You could see it. Maybe not settled yet.
Well, he didn't just miss that green 6 ball, he missed it by the proverbial country mile. Wow. One of the most extraordinary errors I think we've seen so far in the championship, but you saw briefly there as Jonas Suto walked past, he wasn't enamoured with the way the green came to rest.
Well, I think he's got to be thrilled just to be at the table. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think he wanted to catch it thinner. If he was trying to make it in the side, that's pretty risky. Of course, got another look at the 6. Yes, there's distance. When he levels out, I don't feel like there's anybody better. Really here, all your focus goes into burying the green.
Now that is the stamp of a great player. He's just missed an easy 6 to the same pocket. He knocks that one in without dwelling at all.
Yeah, the cue ball kind of slid on him there at the end. I actually thought he was going to fall in a great position. Okay, this is what we're talking about. He is just so good, Phil, with this cue ball. Like the 6 ball earlier that he played safe on, and now behind the 9 from no man's land.
Yes, and it's not as though he has to put a great amount of thought into it. It's, to him, completely natural to be in total command of the white. We're not talking about shape there, obviously. We're talking about tactically.
Extension cool.
Well, Jonas Suter Camino taking one of these extensions. You're allowed 1 per rack. He'll be hoping for a repeat of what happened in the 3rd when he fluked the 7 out of a hook.
I'll tell you what a return. Kick and stick off the back rail with a high ball. We're seeing some pretty good pool here. Really doesn't get any better. Where's he go here? Behind the bumblebee again? Yep, that was not what he intended. Motioned. The cue ball drifted maybe a little bit. Something similar earlier happened on the green 6. But I felt like he just spun it a little too much. Not necessarily there, though. He didn't spin that at all. I thought he'd go to the side pocket.
He went to the distant target and he did not threaten at all. What a strange rack this has been, but sometimes psychologically these kind of racks have more importance than the one where someone plays flawlessly. Well, he missed the straightforward 6. I just can't imagine Gorst passing up this opportunity. That is a hat-trick of racks for the World 9-Ball Tour rankings #1. He was 2-1 down, but 3 on the trot means Fedor Gorst leads 4-2. Welcome back to the Green Halls in the port city of Jeddah in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is the second time the World 9-Ball Championship has been in this country. The first time, that trophy was lifted aloft by Fedor Gorsht, and the perfectionist within Gorsht will not allow him to be complacent by any means. He won't be entirely happy with the way he's played thus far. He has made mistakes, but he leads Jonas Suto by 4 racks to 2. Latest from table 3, by the way, Victor Zielinski 5-3 up on Socio, but so did win the 8th rack. It was 5-2.
The one is down. Where is the cue ball?
Foul stroke, ball in hand.
It is in the side pocket, and a big break for Suto.
Please start the clock.
Yeah, clearly a big kiss into the side for Gorsht.
Jonas Suto hoping to go deeper than he did last year. Had 2 good wins actually over Wojciech Szewczyk and Ralph Suke, both 9-6 before being edged out. He was very disappointed. I remember seeing afterwards he lost 11-10 to Jeffrey Ignacio in the last 64.
He's definitely fallen steeper than he'd have liked here, Phil, so he might want to go short side of the 5, but the problem is the green 6 and the 9. Yeah, that's what he's looking at now. He's got to avoid the traffic. Like to play the 5 in the upper left. Yeah, a little bigger bounce than he'd have liked, but he can manage. It's all about burying the 5 now.
Now in the match we're watching
Extension
on our
cool.
split screen, Carlo Biardo has a clear-cut chance to go 6-5 up on Chris Melling. Melling actually might well have taken the lead, but he just missed a 6 ball. So Biardo, the former champion, yes, in the ascendancy, 6-5. Another Filipino star having a tough task against Max Eberle. Johan Chur and Eberle are 4-4.
Yeah, confident stroke on the 5 from Suto, but maybe a little too confident because he's overrun the mark again. Now has to play the 6 in the lower right. If there's anything that suffers at times for Suto, it's his cue ball. And now, just like Melling, it's the 6 ball.
Yeah, it must be a spell on that ball, because in the previous rack we saw Fedor Gorsht miss quite an easy one. Yeah, it means so much to Suto, and he knows mistakes like that against Gorsht have to be eradicated.
Well, this needs to settle. This needs to settle. A comedy of errors, somewhat, so far. Now he could shave the left side of the 7, come 3 rails
Extension,
around,
cool.
and use the 9 as a possible blocker. He's looking at it. Maybe concerned about a kiss up top. Just going to shave off the top side, create distance, but now maybe worried about the 8. Yeah, That's really all he could do. He got a little more out of the 7 than he'd have liked. After missing the 6, he's a bit befuddled.
Very latest from table 3, Socioa has won another rack. She was 5-2 down to Victor Zielinski, now it's 5-4.
Just to clarify, he did not miss the 7 there. That was by design.
So confirmation that Sosa has got the break off in rack 10. Can she draw level? I was looking at Zielinski's body language in his chair between racks, and there's no doubt about it. He's under the cosh.
And I assume that means pressure, Phil?
Yes.
I think Fedor Gorst is under the gosh as well.
Not gosh, kosh.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh, what a messy rack this has been. But that won't concern Gorst if he can tuck it away. I think even his greatest fan would admit that this has not been prime time Fedor Gorst yet. But the fact remains, having fallen 2-1 down, he now leads by 5 racks to 2. AJ Manis finds himself 6-4 down to Mieszko Fortunski. Jeffrey Ignacio 4-3 over Aloysius Schaap. Mickey Kraus on the table just below us, actually, our commentary position. He's 5-2 up on Francesco Candela. And these are the streamed tables. We saw Carlo Biardo take that narrow 6-5 advantage over Chris Melling. Coming up next, by the way, centre stage, former US Open champion Ko Ping Chung against the runner-up in this championship a couple of years ago. One on his own, the way he plays, both in terms of technically and tactically. Mohamed Soufi, so quick, so attacking, always a joy to watch. There she is, Sosa.
Rack 8.
I think you would say it's arguably
5 racks to 2.
one of the biggest matches of her life. And, you know, it's really interesting as Victor Zielinski tries to put daylight between them. It's really interesting that she's trying to reach the last 32 of the World Championship, become the first woman to do so. Recently, at Snooker's Championship League, Hong Kong's Nagon Yi became the first woman to reach the last 32 of a snooker world ranking event.
Yeah, and you mentioned the biggest match for life. Well, there's no doubt. Second to that was last night versus Albin Ocean. Granted, Albin gave her opportunities early, but man, she ran with them.
Yeah, and she's parlaying good form. She won a tournament in Indonesia very recently, the women's division there. I think it was an $18,000 US first prize. Beat some really good players, comes here and continues in the same vein.
Not the result Gorst wants off the break shot. Yes, he's up 5-2, but I know him quite well. He will not be pleased with a 5-2 lead and the way it's taken place.
Suto
looking to roll out. You better be careful here. I don't know about this rollout. Trying to tie the two up, but really didn't do much there. It plays in either corner. Just leaving the cue ball in open space like this with an elite player is danger. And I believe it might play rail first. That's the only concern I had at the beginning. If it doesn't, he can come behind it and use the pink. But a big error there if this ball plays rail first, even if he was trying to tie the two up. It's just too risky. Caught it real heavy.
Just kept it simple because it's a race to 11.
Please restart the
As you
clock.
might imagine, no one's on the verge of victory yet. Furthest advanced, Anton Raga. Lost the first two racks to Farhad Al-Dayan, but now Raga leading 7-2.
Yeah, and that race to 11 will take place all the way to the finals. The finals will be a race
Extension call.
to 15. I don't know. Phil just said he kept it simple, meaning Jonas. Going to be an easy hit here, but Gorst, magician when it comes to the kick shot. Can he use the pink four? Oh, how about the 9?
One of those matches so far, Scott, that neither player has been able to establish any sustained flow. Partly because mistakes have been made, and partly because the balls just haven't cooperated.
Yeah, but we have seen some pretty unexpected
Extension
misses.
cool.
We got to call it what it is. Some 6 balls, 3 balls. A lot of different balls have been missed. Convenient flick on the 7, whether it plays in the side or not. I would still be pretty pleased if I'm Suto. Still got 18 seconds on the clock. This is where you need to take a little time. You're trailing 5 games to 2. Well, fortunate that the 9 was there, because I think he was trying to cover with the 5.
Have to tell you, Chris Melling back in front against Carlo Biardo at 7-6.
And that would be a massive win for Melling, in my opinion. Trailing 6-5, now up 7-6. Can he finish? Boy, it just seems fidgety to me. I get that he's a rapid-paced player, but it just seemed fidgety from the get-go, and still obviously seeming that way.
And let's put it this way as well. He's 5-2 down and he's had the luck. He's had the run and he's still 5-2 down. That is not a good sign. Case in point here.
Yeah, and the shot prior as well. this was by design, believe it or not.
On table 2, a very close game. I was talking about Chris Milling taking the lead, but that lead was brief. 7-7, Biardo back all square. Latest from table 3, Victor Zielinski does have breathing space again over So-Sir. 6-4.
Yeah, there's no doubt he got more of the 2 ball than he wanted there. You could see where the cue ball was tracking behind the 4 and 8. But that's why it didn't make it behind the 4 and 8. Just caught too much of the blue 2. And now you have to take advantage. I mean, it's 2 or 3 times now, Phil, that he's had open looks at the 2 this rack.
Well, physically, 2 things happened there on that shot. First off, the shoulder dropped, and then his knees buckled. I think the shoulder dropped as he played the shot. The knees buckled when he saw the 2 hit the jaws. But there's no doubt in my mind, Jonas Suto is a world-class player. At the moment, I think he's definitely the victim of nerves.
Yeah, probably the setting, you know, everything, playing the reigning champion. Listen, these guys are human, obviously. Of course, not flawless by any means right now. They're on the main table. Of course, we have 2 others that are hot and heavy right now, but both players just a little bit nervy. This was cleanly struck.
Yeah, in his position, defending champion, so much on the line. I would hazard a guess as to say Gorst is nervous, but he's got the ability to disguise it. He looks calm.
One of the best at that, Phil. That's a great point. He is always calm. Just never shows anything, even under the worst of circumstances. Well, for instance, last year, trailing 7 games to 0. Never broke a sweat.
Yeah, let's revisit what happened in the championship in 2024. He lost his first match to Mustafa Alner heavily, and then he came through a whole succession of contests where he might well have been beaten. Look at his second match. He could have been 0-2. He beat Luong Doctien 9-7 when Luong didn't say that he was let's just see the 6 ball. Didn't say he was going to push out. All incidents like that built up. He then beat Kyle Amorotto 9-8 to get into single elimination. Massive comeback against Amir Ali to an 11-9. Beat Chris Melling 11-9 after he'd beaten Chang Yulong 11-10. And of course the final itself went right down to the wire. So he can deal with all sorts. He can front run. He beat Anton Raga in the quarterfinals 11-4. He can front run, but he can also battle in adversity. The complete package.
Fedor Gorst wins the 8th rack.
it is looking increasingly good for Fedor Gorst. He leads a dangerous opponent in Jonas Suto, who is not playing anywhere near his best. That has to be said. The scoreline is 6-2. So you would think that Fedor Gorst would be one of the candidates, not just to win the $250,000 US first prize, but also this additional bonus, this race to see who can have the highest number of consecutive break and runouts. Robbie Capito from Hong Kong, he's on 5. Yuan Chua threatened Capito's command there, but in the end fell foul of the 5th one yesterday. Win Antoine, Konrad Yuzhushin, Joshua Filler on 3. As for table 3, well, so Seo at the table, trying to cut the deficit against Viktor Zielinski. 6-4 still to Zielinski, as it is for Mickey Kraus over Francesco Candela. Chris Melling in a yo-yo match. He's back in front against Carlo Biardo at 8-7. We'll keep you right informed of everything that's going on. And let me tell you, there's plenty, 16 matches out there.
And this is just not what Gorst wants. He will not be happy, no matter what the scoreline finishes here. But one thing I can tell you is, just because he's not on his game right here, don't think for a second that that's going to affect him going forward. He just happens to finish when he needs to. He did it all year, as Phil just touched on last year. And he can play poorly a match or two and still win. The young man has so many layers to his game.
Yes, and he comes here in good form. He was a finalist in the recent Night Shot Open in Dubai. Beat the likes of Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz, Niels Fine and Mickey Kraus there before losing to Yuan Chua. Yeah, he compartmentalizes very well, doesn't he, Gorst? Just win that match. That's a separate entity to what's before and what's after.
All right, he's fallen a little bit on the wrong side, if you ask me, meaning he can't play the pink up in the top left. Is he going to stick him behind the 9? Well, he's caught the point. I don't know that that's hurt him any. Because if he doesn't catch the point, the 3 might come back down table. So Sioa catches the 9 going in on the brown 7 versus Zielinski. Looks to be like he's going to stretch his lead to 3.
Yes, he's carrying a very heavy burden of pressure. I get the impression he would love to just get to 11 and get out of there. Also under pressure, put there by his opponent, Joshua Filler, 5-3 down to Max Lechner. So it is 7-4. It was 5-2, and now that 3-rack advantage for Viktor Zielinski is re-established. Another interesting scoreline for you. So many of them. 18-year-old AJ Manis, 8-6 up on Mieszko Fortunski. Does the gap exist?
Body language tells me it does. And I know I sound like a broken record, but he has to take advantage here. The lead is starting to mount from Gorst. I like how he's walking around the table. He looks a little smoother. Notice the exhale there. Definitely uptight. So much at play. Did he get a good night's rest?
Well, as I say, I spoke with him maybe 2.5 hours ago in the lobby of the hotel, and he could not have been in better spirits. I think he's fine. I think it's just one of those days so far. But with the race to 11, that does give you the latitude to find some form, even if it's not there initially.
No, and I mean, I'm just kind of like touching on his body movements as he walks around the table. He just looks a little more flowish, I guess the term would be. All ball fouls here. He's got to stay clear of the 8. This is a bit tricky. The 7's frozen. He's got to beat the right side. Okay, he's going to finish on the rail. This is missable. Typically overcut if they miss it. Needs to settle Phil.
So, a question mark on the 9. These are the kind of racks we like.
Extension cool.
You are allowed one 30-second extension per rack. Why not take it on the 9 ball? Why not? Store it up. Keep it for a rainy day. Well done indeed. Jonas Suto badly needed that. He was in danger of letting the match just slip away. As it is, Fedor Gorsh lead is trimmed to 6-3. It is stunning weather in a stunning city on the shores of the Red Sea. Jeddah is one of the biggest ports in this part of the world. Some of the architecture is extraordinary, as is the facility that we're in for the Whirlpool Championship. The Green Hall's right next to a massive football stadium that is also extremely impressive.
Trailing 6 racks to 3.
I have to say, without being overly critical, Scott Frost, impressive is not a word you would use to describe the form of either player in this match yet, but I think it's one of those situations where the best will be reserved for last.
Speaking of the best, this is by far the best break result he's had and just what the doctor ordered, especially after getting through that last game. I mean, automatic position here to the 5. Really just getting on the 6. It still looks, I know this is his style, but just a little jumpy in the steps when he's getting around the table. And I do watch him enough to know the difference when he's kind of just flowing versus a little fidgety. Needs this to get to the top rail now. Timing just, to me, seems a little bit off. Not that he can't get it back.
By the way, this time yesterday afternoon, we were watching that marathon between Eklund Kachi and Chris Melling, in which Kachi was taking an age on certain shots. Well, his match on table 8 he's only reached 4-3. He's 4-3 down to João Grillo. And bear in mind, on this table, you might think, well, we're only 2 racks ahead, but we've had commercial breaks after 3 racks. So, Kachi again, and maybe his opponent, are really grinding it out.
Well, this will give Pseudo a little bit of confidence if he can finish here with a break and run. Breath of fresh air, no doubt.
Again, just a little bit jumpy on that 8 ball, and that's why ideal shape has been forfeited.
Yeah, Phil, if this is missed, it's going to be thin.
Jonas Suto, he was 6-2 down, seemingly in deep trouble. Now it's 6-4. There is cause for genuine optimism. Also looking good for the 18-year-old, the Pinoy prodigy from Manila, AJ Manis, 9-7 up on Mieszko Fortunski. Jeffrey Ignacio, another Filipino, 6-3 over Aloysius Yap. Carlo Biardo and Chris Melling, they refuse to be separated, 8-8. On table 3, Victor Zielinski has just taken an 8-4 lead over Sosa, as we see AJ. Well, he's okay anyway. Mickey Kraus, 7-4 over Francesco Candela. James Arenas, 6-4 over David Alcade. I can tell you Eklund Kachi has drawn level with João Grillo at 4-4. Patrick Gonzalez 5-3 against Tobias Bongas. It's 7-6 for Loho Sum over Mauricio Garcia from Peru. Dimitris Lakatos 5-4 up on Bernie Regalario. Anton Raga steaming towards the last 32, leading Farhad
11.
Aldayan.
Yeah, Suto to break.
The host nation
9-3. 6 racks to 4.
Johan Chua having trouble against Max Eberle, only 6-5 ahead.
Oh, the one catches the front point on the left side pocket and goes up into the left corner. We never can understand how this happens, but it seems to happen a lot. How does it miss the second point?
You know, it's really interesting. You see that fluke on snooker tables quite often. Obviously, larger dimensions, but the same forces are applying.
Well, this could be a 2-piece here. If he can get on the pink, Like to draw two rails tight. Oh, this is going to work. I mean, he can just stop right here, maybe pinch back 2 inches. Doesn't have to come all the way back here. Perfect.
This match, very quickly, is taking on a whole new dimension.
He's still got to get good here on the 6 to the 7. I think he's fallen perfect. Maybe a touch steeper than he'd liked. Definitely should get it down. Here's a good look. Clean.
The dream of So Sioa, it might be disappearing. She's now 9-4 down to Victor Zielinski. He hustles and he bustles around the table, does Jonas Suto. And when he gets on a roll, he can be very difficult to stop. When it was 6-2, I was seriously concerned. I thought this might be one of those matches that develops into a runaway. It is most certainly not a runaway now, because Fedor Gorged only leads 6-5. Now, I told you about Zielinski getting in charge against So. Well, he's only 2 racks away from victory now. Same applies to Carlo Biardo, 9-8 in front of Chris Melling. Although Chris Melling on table 2 is on the 9 ball to draw level. I can confirm Melling all square. That's been a terrific contest, moving one way then the other. How can So Sioa find something to try and turn this around?
Suto to break. Trailing 6 racks to 5.
Yes, sorry, Phil. I noticed that little grimace from Zielinski. Wasn't thrilled with the rollout. She's taking it. I think that was a bit of a two-way play there, drawing the cue ball back.
Off his break, Jonas Suto has spotted the one where he was supposed to, into the centre.
Yeah, is he taking the combination on here? I like the play. No matter what happens, I think it was the highest percentage. I think he's found a little bit of a gap for Gorst, but pretty sharp play there under the circumstances. Had a big wall with the 3, 4, and 9. Just found the gap. First look at Gorst in 3 racks.
And talking of firsts, on table 7, Anton Raga, first player to the hill. He leads Saudi Arabia's own Farhad Al-Dayan 10-3.
Extension called.
Taking his extension now. He's going from the bottom side. and I believe Gorst has an open pocket here.
Extension call.
Taking the extension now. He does have an open pocket. Put the extension on his cue. We've already touched on that. Gives him a little more weight in the backhand, a little more length. He can get through the cue ball a little better with less effort.
After being frozen out for a while, after seeing a decent lead all but evaporate, if he knocks this in, again, that's the mark of a champion. Big shot, this.
Well, you mentioned he's able to compartmentalize. And I think that's a great statement on Gorst, because he is the best at it. He can let the mistakes go about as easily as anybody I've ever seen, and that was a big blue 2 to knock down. Do you come all the way towards the 8 here, Phil, or do you just stay above the 5?
Well, given his normal modus operandi, I think he will just play the percentage. When he's in command of that cue ball, he could do almost anything. And it's not, as we've said, all about getting shape, it's tactically as well. He understands the weight and the angles perhaps better than anyone. His distance control at times defies belief. But at the age of 25, Scott, to win so many one-pocket events and banks at the Derby City Classic earlier this year, master of the table he was there, he is so versatile. Those games are so cerebral, aren't they? They require huge experience. You know far better than me, you're a one-pocket Hall of Famer, and yet at the age of, well, early 20s, he was a master.
Well, whether Federer admits it or not, his team fully believes that those games have helped Federer in the tactical department.
Jonas Suto kept at bay. That was a really good rack for Fedor Gorst to win, and he won it really well. the Green Halls, hosting the Whirlpool Championship. This is day 4 of 6. It's the day when we have the round of the last 64, and then this evening, in our second session, it is the last 32. So at the end of the day, a sweet 16 will remain. Now I can tell you, our first result, our first player into the last 32 is Anton Raga, who's beaten Farhad Al-Dayan 11-3. And Viktor Zielinski, he's on the hill against So Soa at 10-4. So the South Koreans' hopes of becoming the first woman into the last 32 of this championship are now hanging by a thread. Ooh, but Zielinski fails on the 3-ball. Also on the hill, by the way, Carlo Biardo, 10-9 up on Yorkshireman Chris Melling.
Yeah, trying to tuck under the 8. I think he's come up just short. Even if he didn't, I believe Sudo can swerve behind it heavily. And you see the look there. Struggled with that shot this match, where he's got to come off the ball with just a little bit of outside and tuck behind the ball.
Cool.
Gorse typically great at it. Maybe the new cloth just not coming back in time. The lights on the table really dries the table out.
Last night, So Soa beat Albin Aushin, twice champion, 4 times finalist in this event. Today, though, I think she's going to be defeated. She's just given Viktor Zielinski ball in hand in the 15th rack, and he's already 10-4 up.
Yeah, and really no excuse there. He had a whole 2-ball to use protection behind the 8 and 4. He's left Gorst, a long opener to the top right. This is a tester. This will tell us a lot. When his back's against the wall, he always seems to get it done. Probably going to make contact with the 3 here, I would assume. Doesn't want to overamp this. Makes the shot much more difficult to make. You can mishit this just a little, and the pocket will accept the ball. Here is Zielinski to finish off. Sioa.
Yes, 11-4. She fought back well in mid-match, but Zielinski had too much firepower towards the end. It's been a great championship for her, but now the dream of becoming the first woman into the last 32 is over. Viktor Zielinski, he's the one who advances, and in the end, he did so quite comfortably.
Well, Federgorst came with a great shot on the 2. Can he get to the 4? He's trying to go to the short side, and he is, and wow. To get that much out of the cue ball, quite impressive. Can he actually draw in front of the 9 here, or does he have to just get past the 7? Purple 5 is next. Wiggled it in, did get past the 7. This was a little bit of a concern, falling straight. He'll manage. And I believe he's pretty straight here, where he might have to just draw completely back out towards the center. The transition there through the cue ball was really, Phil, almost too good. I don't think he meant to get that much out of it. Interesting. Felt like he might have been able to do a little more there. This angle looks a bit awkward. Maybe I'm misled.
I don't think he has, Scott. It's got a minimal angle, so consequently, that suggests power has to be involved. Very nicely done. Very nicely done.
Yeah, that shot there was absolutely sick.
He was 6-2 up. Suddenly, Suto got to only 6-5 behind. It was a mid-match crisis for Fedor Gorst.
Fedor Gorst wins the 13th
And of course,
match.
things could turn around again, but right now, he's back in the ascendancy. 3 clear. He is leading the defending champion by 8 racks to 5. So who will he play in the next round if he does come through? Well, we just don't know, because the Max Lechner-Joshua Filler match is so tight. Lechner leading 6-5. Talking of tight, what about Carlo Biardo? 10-9 up on Chris Melling on table 2 at the moment. Confirmation that Victor Zielinski is through. So Seoa, I'm afraid, not so good today as she was last night. And 18-year-old AJ Manis, having been 9-7 up on Mieszka Fortunski, is now 10-9 down. So the butcher, as they call him, is just 1 rack away from getting into the high stakes of the last 32.
And a butcher is a great name for Fortunski. He is so dangerous and so talented. One of my most favorite players to watch. Powerful left-hander.
One upset possibly bubbling on table 11. Johan Chua, it was 6 each with Max Eberle. Now Chua's just edged in front. Eberle giving him a really good match. Bernie Regulario from the Philippines has gone back in front against Dimitris Lakatos at 6-5. Loho Sum needing 2 racks to beat Mauricio Garcia of Peru. Oh, and Carlo Biardo, he is through. And that ties things up, because Biardo this evening will now play Zielinski.
Rack 14, Fedor Gorst to break.
Well, it looks as though AJ
Leading
Manis,
8 racks to 5.
yes, it's Hill, and he breaks, of course, with a winner breaks rule in the deciding rack.
Yeah, it's no secret, man, is probably my favorite player to watch. So I'm wishing him luck.
Also on the hill, James Arenas, 10-4 up on David Alcady. Oh, as the one drops, things are looking up for Gorst.
Yeah, and I think that kind of happens with play, though, and I think Gorst has really kind of settled in a little bit. He's come with a couple of long shots that he needed to come with, and when that happens, good things start to happen. I'll tell you what, though, Suto has not played bad or made any really glaring errors in the last several racks. Neither one of them have. They've both cleaned up their act quite a bit.
Yeah, you have to say, I think to 6-3, the standard was disappointingly low. Since then, can't make that claim.
Yeah, I believe it's the 3 ball here that he wants to utilize.
Restart the clock, please.
And this is really preference. You're so close to that right long rail, you know you're going to make good contact with the 2 if you want to kick it. Jumping it in this situation, I feel like getting a little distance could be an issue. See what he's got up his sleeve. He did go to the jump cue. He's on the extension, down to 10 seconds. Well, this is kind of what I was touching on. I just felt like the distance or getting the 2 away was always going to be tough if you didn't stay aggressive.
Interesting little reaction there on the 2 ball. As it just came to rest, it seemed to wobble a little.
extension cool.
Well, Gorst at the moment isn't wobbling. He actually looks to be in his best segment of the match. And if he can slot this 2 in, the 4-rack advantage he had at 6-2 might well be restored.
Yeah, and it was the 2-ball the first few games that were kind of eluding him. Boy, he has come with a couple of big shots on the blue here recently. Just going to go forward, wants to avoid the green. He caught a flick of the green, and I think that's going to cause some issues. Can he reach it? He's acting like he can make this. I am misled. It sure looks like he is sliver snookered. Okay, I believe he is, Phil.
Yeah, there's no way he's getting to that potting angle. Oh, he didn't want the double kiss, and he certainly doesn't want the end result. Much needed oxygen for Jonas Suter.
Yeah, I know that the reach was probably an issue, Phil, but I thought he might consider jumping it. Gorst jumps balls like that at that distance. He didn't have a lot of the pink to get over.
Of course, he's consumed with his own matches, Jonas Suter. But another Spaniard has gone out. David Alcaide beaten 11-4 by James Arenas, who was part of that winning Filipino World Cup team in Lugo, Spain in 2023.
Well, it's now in Suto's hands. Picking up the pieces. They are all right in front of him.
We can also report heartbreak for 18-year-old AJ Manis. Albert James from the Philippines has been beaten 11-10 by Mieszko Fortunski.
Heartbreak for me as well, Phil. I keep waiting for him to break through. I know he is only 18 years of age, but he has the ability to win this tournament.
Jonas Suter wins
The gap
14th.
narrows again. Jonas Suter will not go away. Just when you thought that Fedor Gorsh might be dominating the exchanges, it is only 8-6. Now on table 2, Shane van Boening against Naoki Oi, one of the great players on the World 9-Ball Tour, up against arguably the greatest character. And they've gone on this table to replace Carlo Biardo, who did beat Chris Melling 11-9. I could see this one running close as well. I'll tell you one thing, Scott. Shane van Boening has not had an easy draw in this championship. Every match, it seems, he's up against someone who is very capable.
Yeah, but you know as well as anybody, Phil, I think that's how you win tournaments. Typically when it's easy, it never works out.
There have been few world champions more happy than Van Boening 3 years ago. I think everyone in the game knew he deserved a world title in the 9-ball sphere, but it took a while to arrive. What about 2 and 4 years? Not impossible.
Rack 15. Jonas Suter to break. Filling 8 racks to 6.
He's trying to achieve the 9th American victory in this event. Well, the 1's in, but the 2's doing no favours.
Yeah, kind of been the story off and on here on the TV table. He's going to use the 6. Yeah, you've got plenty of time. I do think it's good signs, though. He's been very consistent getting the 1 down on the break. Yeah, checking the shot clock now. Still 30 seconds. I think you keep this simple. I mean, you've got the green 6 right there. Putting the 2 out in a kind of no man's land is really effective. Phil, I don't know. I feel like trying to do a little much there.
And this has been a
Restart the clock,
constant
please.
in this match. Fedor Gorsht faced with pressure 2 balls. Another one here.
Extension call.
We were just watching a few shots from Shane Van Boening. He did win the first rack from Naoki Oi.
Yeah, and what about America's Max Eberle? 7 games apiece with Chua. Jeremy Jones's pick to go further in the tournament than anybody else. What a big shot once again on the 2 ball from Gorsht. I've got to wish Max Eberle luck. Good friend of mine, works hard, great guy. Speed looks perfect. But he caught the 6. That's a problem.
He's had that irritating collision time and time again, hasn't he? It happened in the 14th rack, now the 15th as well.
There is a chance of making this if he just makes contact. Or getting away with it.
Well, when it comes to his bank of luck, I think he is due a withdrawal.
Yeah, once again here, you don't have to try to get too cute. Just get it to the rail, nice and soft. And that'll work. It's already used the extension. Down to 10 seconds. Behind the back. Is he using the 6 here? That's really where the payoff comes in if you're Suto. Just a nice simple kick to the side rail has earned him this now. Watch out. Watch out. Flirting with disaster. And a grin for Gorst. Oh, he struggled with this shot. Both directions, to the right and to the left.
Well, we were right down the line of that shot, and I thought it definitely deviated a little, that wide ball.
Well, he did have quite a bit of outside on it in the cue ball's defense.
Extension, cool.
Still some way from a result here. On table 16, Lo Ho Sum of Hong Kong has beaten Mauricio Garcia 11-6. Well, you can't fault Suto's fight, showing plenty of it.
Yeah, he's full of heart. This shot can be a little tricky. You're kind of in between wanting to go up and down and then just swerve it in with a left ball. He's down to 6 seconds. Buzzer will go off. Oh, he has just squeezed it in. The left-hand spin did help the 5 there.
Yes, and hitting it to the thick segment of the pocket also helped him hold the cue ball nicely. Just when you thought that Suto might be fading, just when you thought that Gorst might be pulling away, think again.
Was actually a great strike there on the 7. Real easy to let up on that ball due to where the 9 was. Good signs for this young man.
Again, not the cleanest pot, but it falls in. You have to wonder, is the defending champion a little vulnerable? Well, he's still in front by only by a single rack. 8-7 the scoreline. Welcome back to the World Pool Championship here in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. You know, during the course of the match we've been watching today, during the course of the event as a whole, we've seen some wonderful draw shots. Absolutely incredible. The standard stunning. So how do you play these draw shots? Well, let's go to pool school and our professor, Carl Boyes.
Welcome back to school. I am your teacher, Mr. Boyes. This is Pool School. Lesson 1 is the draw shot. What is the draw shot? It's when you hit the bottom of the cue ball and it comes fizzing back. These are the Ray-Ban Meta glasses, and these are going to help you see exactly what I'm seeing. First of all, quick tip, do not grip the cue too tight. That will make the cue come up on delivery, so you want a nice loose grip. Next tip, make sure you chalk the cue. You don't want to be doing the old miscue. Then when we approach the shot, our hand on the table wants to be very solid. If it's not solid, it can get a little bit of movement. That will mean you missed the pot. And then our cue wants a slight pivot down, doesn't want to be flat, so you want to be cueing down a little bit. Last tip, make sure you don't stop with the cue. You want it going all the way through. And then you do the draw shot, just like that.
Carl Boyes, a man with a PhD in pool. I can't believe I'm praising him up.
28 backs to 7.
Now then, who will graduate with honours in this match?
Yeah, well, it's been the story. He's getting the one down. He's struggled with a decent look at the two. This is, well, some of the best he's had as far as a look at the two. But he needs to cover Gorst up. He has not done that. But he has now, and the great news about this isn't really where the 6 and the cue ball are, but where the 3 is. That's going to keep Gorst off the jump shot. At least the jump shot aggressively.
Could have a seismic upset because Max Eberle is 8-7 up on Johan Chur, and Joshua Filler 7-5 down to Max Lechner. Remember, the winner of Lechner and Filler plays the winner of this in the last 32 this evening.
Yeah, he's down to 5 seconds. Kicking behind the 2 here.
Foul
He's
stroke.
just missed it to the
Ball in
thin.
hand.
He's caught the 3. This will be ball in hand for Pseudo. And a chance to make it 8-8, Phil, when it looked like
Please start the clock.
it was almost over.
Yeah, twice we've had that feeling. The first time was at 6-2, then again at 8-5. Jonas Suto will not go away. You were mentioning there that Gorst was addressing the ball. Not that it matters now at all.
Yeah, and you got to give credit to Pseudo. He's definitely calmed down. Like you said, Phil, he's not gone away. It just seems like everything's settled. If you took a before and after, a video of him at the very beginning of this match, the way he was jolting around the table, obviously we get it, the heart rate's way up. But now he's flowing. That's what you want to see.
He is a tournament winner as he plays that one, not the best. We've talked about his Seattle Open win this year and in Helsinki as well. He won the Pro Players Championship in 2023 in Pennsylvania. Now then, a test of character, a test of cueing, a test of nerve.
Yeah, but I think he buries this. I just got that feeling, and the way he's moving, he's not near. He's flinchy. Bury it. He did. Wow, we've got action on the main table.
Absolutely.
The 16th
The
round.
first time that these two have been level since the first 4 racks were shared. 8-8. Jonas Suter beginning to believe he can dethrone the champion. Shane van Boning, 2-1 up on Naoki Oi, early days. Very much so on table 3 as well. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and Tyler Steyer have shared the first couple of racks. That, of course, is a Mosconi Cup rehearsal in many respects. You would fully expect both of these two to be up against each other in early December at Alexandra Palace as Europe try and defend the Mosconi. FSR, same nationality as Jonas Suter, same kind of personality, always smiling, always approachable, always friendly. They say nice guys finish not in first place. Well, he's disproved that theory over and over.
Scores are tied, 8 racks each.
Beautiful stroke from FSR there. Caught nothing but pocket. (2-1) over Tyler Steyer.
Yeah, so the one down, obviously, again, with white down here in the lower left. This is real tricky. You can knock the 2 down past the 3 and use the 6 or the 4. I think that's high percentage. He's not thrilled with it. You could chip the far right side of the 2 and come around the 6, but he wants to stay aggressive, possibly. Boy, I think you're pressing your luck in this situation. It's just tricky. But the 6 is a real big ball here if you want to go that route, sending the 2 back down left of the 3.
Extension
I don't know that
call.
he's going to do that. This young man, hard to predict. He's on the extension now. Philly looks like he might be trying to get aggressive. Wow, what a hit is the 9. Gonna hurt him, and it sure has.
He knew the route that cue ball was going to take. As he came back down the table, he was well aware it was going to go just wide of the 9, and that's why the head dropped. After a pot of that quality, he did not deserve this outcome.
Foul stroke, ball in hand.
Just unexpected right there. I feel like that was low percentage, the jump shot. You could have kicked to the left rail.
Please start the clock.
This could be a major moment in this match. Is that where the offensive kind of gets the best of him at times, just due to how quick he plays, and that's his strengths? Because you look at Fedor Gorst, where he plays the percentages more, never near as flashy, but he gets the job done. I understand that's what helps Suto, but it could also be what hurts him.
Well, across the whole range of cue sports, how many fast players do you see who are naturally defensive? They are a real rarity, if any exist at all. If you're a fast player, I think you're your natural tendency is to go for it. And generally speaking, champions are much more measured.
Yeah, Phil, and I think that's why this is a new era, though, for a guy like Fedor Gorst, right? Look at what he did last year. The Gorst Slam, they call it, 3 majors. I don't know if he ever played his best throughout any of those majors, but he's so consistent and methodical. The fundamentals are as good as they get.
Well, I remember being here last year and using the same phrase over and over because it really did apply. He finds a way. No one's better at finding a way to win. Another serial winner, Joshua Filler, back within 1 of Max Lechner. Lechner's lead now 7-6. The last time he was behind Gorst, it was 2-1. Refusing to fall adrift here. He's back in front, in fact. He leads 9-8, 2 more racks required for progress. Now, one player who will not be making progress, sadly, is Socio, who earlier today, her dream run in this tournament was ended by Victor Zielinski. Be interesting to see what her reaction to that was.
Listen, unfortunately, you just lost, but let's look at the highs. How much have you enjoyed playing against the men here this week in Jeddah?
It was really good experience for me, and I'm so happy because I don't have many experience play with men, so I will more improve than now.
After this week, are we going to see you playing on the World 9-Ball Tour in more of the men's events?
Yes, I'm gonna win. Fighting.
Do you have a message for all your fans back home in your language?
응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하고 다음에 더 잘해 볼게요. 감사합니다.
What was that? Can you translate?
Thank you for support me. I will better than now. Thank you guys.
So the message from Socio, she will be back, and that's great to hear. Now can the Fedor Gorst break work in a timely fashion?
Oh, the 1 down, and Phil, you kind of just touched on it there. A big bad kiss from the pink 4 on the blue 2. But that's a good sign. I think he picked up the speed a little bit there. Notice the cue ball tracking back and forth. Real hot. Great contact. So that's a good sign for him.
This is one of many marathon matches out there, emphasizing the importance of the championship, what they're playing for. So many ranking points, so much money, and of course the prestige of being named World 9-Ball champion.
Push out called. Jonas, it's your choice.
And Fedor Gorst is up there in my top 3 in the push-out department at only 25. I think he's got one of the sweetest pool IQs in the world, maybe ever, for his age.
It's that old chestnut, Scott. Old head on young shoulders.
Not bad at all. Side rail to side rail. A lot of players overlook that shot. So basic, but can be extremely effective.
Extension call.
Yeah, if he can catch the 2 going in, makes a huge difference. Wants to avoid the 7, basically defensively here, almost like he's banking it down to the lower right. But I think he can catch it even thinner, but still has to avoid the 7. Oh, he could see a lot more of it than I thought, Phil, but he's left a window.
Johan Chua, one of the authentic candidates to replace Fedor Gorst as World 9-ball champion. Talk about being pressed hard, but he is back on level terms with Max Eberle at 8-8.
Yeah, big time shot there. Just to bury that ball is big time in a big time situation and setting. This one really just as tough under the circumstances, because you come with a great one, you've got to come with this one as well.
Extension call.
I like the call there on the extension, aware of the clock. This is really the shot, Phil. He's got to bury this. Oh, great look. I think a great management of the shot clock there.
Yes, because he worked out that the rest of the table was wide open. He probably wouldn't need any extra time on the shots to come, so why not take it there? Another result for you. Mickey Kraus, former European Open champion, on the table down below our commentary position on table 12, has just beaten Francesco Candela 11-7. Well, they call him the Island Boy because he's from Ibiza. Another nickname, the way he's played here, could be Stubborn Suto. That's exactly what he's been. Resilient. Twice in this match it looked as though Gorst was going to pull away. Twice Suto has rallied.
Yeah, and I think the pressure immediately goes to Gorst from here.
Suto wins the 18th rack.
There it is, 9 racks each. This was a match that promised a lot, and in terms of drama, it most certainly has delivered. Who's going to win? We'll find out shortly. What a session. Notable for its unpredictability. So many big names out there at the moment are struggling to see off very determined opponents. This is the scene around this extraordinary venue that houses 16 tables. The crowd spread evenly because there are so many good matches going on simultaneously. Shane Van Boning made a bright start. He was 2-0 up on Naoki Oi. Now he's 3-2 down. Other big names struggling. Joshua Filler 8-6 down to Max Lechner. And the man who was beaten in the final last year so narrowly, Eklund Kachi, 8-7 down to João Grillo. Add into the mix the fact that Johan Chur is being held to 8-8 by Max Eberle, and there's a potential for a whole string of upsets.
Thanks, Phil. I didn't like the way he chose to go there. No matter what, I felt like the kick would have been easy regardless for Gorst, maybe even aggressive kick, with the 7 being where it's at. Felt he could bring the 3 down and use the 4. And this is a game you just don't want to play with the reigning champion. What a spectacular hit this was. Cue ball is absolutely perfect. Now the 3 is in a pretty big position. He would love to drain this in the top right.
Extension call.
Probably going to aim a little lower on this left long rail. Allow the right spin to take over. That's not what he wanted. Ideal now for Gorst.
And not too rapid out of his chair. Again, that word measured. He's been in these kind of tight spots, especially in this World Championship, in this very venue so often.
He wanted to connect with the 4 there. There is no question. Yeah, a bit surprising, even to himself.
Extension called.
Yeah, and this is tricky just due to where the 8 is. Yeah, I think he can sliver off of the edge of the 4. But he's got to hit this so thin to use the 5 and 9 as cover. Let's see how he plays this. Yeah, I don't know that he could ever get behind the 5 and 9 and have proper speed on both the object ball and the cue ball there. To be fair, Suto should be happy to be back at the table. Gorst was straight in on the 3.
Well, in the corresponding round last year, he was 7-0 down, came back to win 11-9 against Iraq's Amir Ali. Again, in this match, fully tested Gorst.
Yeah, and he's extremely lucky, Sudo. There, Phil, I believe, because he was trying to get behind the 5 and 9. Caught the 4 much thinner than he expected. Oh, look at the swerve in with position.
Yes, and the side he had on the cue ball, look at this. the side he had actually facilitated that cue ball coming off the side cushion at the pace he wanted for some form of shape on the 5.
Well, you mentioned it, Phil. We always mention it. He just finds a way to get it done. Work left to do. This is really the next big shot.
Well, he's had some pretty bad rubs during this match, Gorst. Maybe the balance has shifted at its most timely juncture. Mind you, this 6 to the centre still has to be respected.
Yeah, just get through this well. Don't let up. Known to aim at the center of the cue ball, then go down when he's drawing it. Well, he was aware of getting through it. He's actually got through it a little too much. I don't think this is going to slow him down.
Here's Fedor Gorst about to climb onto the hill first. How he wishes it was a race to 10.
Fedor Gorst wins the 19th.
9 ball buried. Fedor Gorst 1 away from going through, but boy, is it being made to sweat. In that, he's in good company. On table 11, Johan Schur and Max Eberle locked together at 8-8. A member of the crowd there watching on. So as she might be out of the championship, but she's loving all of the other contests going on. Why wouldn't you? What an afternoon this has been. Starting out on table 12, it's Robbie Capito, he of the 5 break and run outs in his first match, up against Iraq's Amir Ali, who I was reading this morning has got a very high Fargo rate.
Yeah, Phil, and it looks like Max Eberle with an opportunity versus the Black Tiger, Carlo Beato, to go up a game. It's 8-8 over there. This would get him to 9.
Now this is table 2. It really is cut and thrust, this. Van Boning made the early running. Naoki Oi went 3-2 in front. Van Boning took the lead at 4-3. Now it's all square.
Leading 10 racks to 9.
The 2 ball, Scott, is constantly misbehaved.
Took the words right out of my mouth, but watch the 9. It got a lot of action there. Like Phil just said, the 2 ball is just not cooperating with either guy for the most part here. There's a good look. Gorst would have liked to have caught that just a tick thinner. Speaking of just a tick thinner, he can shave the 2 here. Definitely uses the 7 for cover. Might be able to use the purple 5.
Just thinking, you know, last year, although he was bitterly disappointed to lose 11-10 against Jeffrey Ignacio in this round, Jonas Suto would love the chance to go hill again.
Yeah, Phil, the way this match is shaping up,
Extension
it's
call.
completely the opposite of how it started. What do you do here? Do you just baby this? I like it. I think it gets him to the table again. No, he doesn't like it, of course, because he's not in control. What else do you do? Of course, looking to stitch him up here. Once again, though, simple but a nice rub off the 3 to cut this left long rail off. Yeah, I think you just got to kind of do the same thing again. Make sure to get to a rail. Just kind of rub up onto the 2. He's gone twice now. Tells me he's cut off to the bottom rail. Oh, stop it. That'll work.
Now that was utterly professional from 2 people. Suto escaping, and also the positioning of the referee, Ben Taylor Fuente.
Extension call.
We saw a snippet of rack 9 on table 2 a while ago. Well, Naoki Oi is in front again against Shane Van Boning at 5-4.
Loads of pressure here, Phil. I think he's got to go. You've got to catch the ball going in here. Do not want to catch rail first.
The 2 ball is frozen.
Jonas Suto would be the first to admit he's had a kindly run of the ball in this match. But Fedor Gorst has never been a head shaker. Okay, he's expressed his displeasure a couple of times, but he's not one of those players who just can't quite accept the fact that luck's going against him. He's just got on with the job. But will the job be successful when all is said and done?
Yeah, I don't know that that's where he wanted both balls to finish. Jonas going to definitely have a look. There's nothing free about it, but he's going to have a look to the lower left. Oh, and he's caught it heavy. That's the worst way to catch it, especially with backup cover on the 7 and 8. You catch it heavy, the cue ball finishes there. You catch it thin, it finishes long towards the 5. It's really the only way you can lose this rack.
So is the title holder in for the kill.
Interesting. Maybe a little unintended outside spin there. I think he's fine. Does he have to hit the 6? Might actually help him. Come off the edge of the 6. No, he can draw past it 2 rails out, I believe. Oh, very well done. Very well done. Just do not see him faltering at this point. feel it as well.
We kept saying this last year, but it never happened. If you continue to play with fire, you're going to get your fingers burnt. Gorst avoided that, but again here, he's sailing close to the wind. Eventually, if you keeping involved in matches like this, you will be defeated.
Yeah, I have to agree. You can't rely on your opponent missing a long semi-free shot to tie a matchup. But you can't forget what he did last year, over and over, trailing. To your point, Phil, earlier, he always seems to get the job done, no matter what the score is.
In last year's championship, he won no less than 6 matches, where he won 1 or 2 more racks than his opponent. How's that worked out?
It hasn't. He might be forced to play cross-side here. Now, I have touched on this before. This is typically a scenario where he's going to play the percentages. He can tuck behind the 8, but the side pocket's awfully big on the right side here. And with where the 8 is at, it's hard to not shoot this. Look at that. Look at that shot there.
Of all the things he's done in this match, that has been the highlight for me. The amount of snookers he's laid with absolute precision.
Similar to what he did on the green 6 way earlier you touched on, but something I really love about that decision is in case he doesn't get behind the 9, the 7 doesn't pass the 8. So it kind of relieved the pressure on getting behind the 9 there. I'll tell you what, this is a great return. A great return. We've got action.
Kick and stick, and look where that 7 ball is, in the heart of the short rail.
So clever, aware of the distance, aware of how good it can end up. But the 8 is there. Can he come off the left side of the 7 using the 8, or does he go to the top left corner?
Double kiss, and again, the apology. How many times has he done that?
Yeah, to be fair, Phil, he has, without a doubt, gotten the best of the rubs. Gore's taking a huge deep breath. What does that mean? Is he going at the bank? Cross corner? Oh, and he has swished it. Gorst going to move on.
The Banks pool champion at the Derby City Classic. Banks won in at the most opportune moment. Last year he banked $250,000 here. Can he repeat this time? Well, he's a man for all seasons. He doesn't have to play his best to win. He just wins.
Fedor Gorst wins the match.
What a
11
cracking
matches to none.
contest in terms of compelling viewing, if not in terms of quality. Fedor Gorst wasn't vintage, but he is victorious by a score of 11 racks to 9. Again, I'll say it, Fedor Gorst finds a way to win. He's into the last 32. The defending champion survives again.
Fixation.
No more.
Bush.
Attention. Ten.
Yeah, yeah.
And we'll check in on all the other matches at the end of this rack, which may be imminent now. Fairly comfortable so far, beat Abdullah Al-Shamari of the host nation, 9-3 in the first round, and then a 9-5 win over Patrick Gonzalez. Had he lost that match, he would have played his brother, Ko Ping Han, in losers qualification. Gonzalez then put Ko Ping Han out, and Ko Ping Yi, former winner of this title, was beaten in match of the round last night in terms of profile by Shane Van Boning. Well, not sure about that one.
Yeah, it looked like he let up on it a little bit. Just all kinds of incredible matches going on, though. Huge shot here in the first game.
Well, he really shouldn't have left himself that, but he has at least risen to the challenge. And now it's a routine 9. And so, Ko Ping Chung completes a break and run in the opening rack against Mohamed Soufi. Now, I told you we have a couple more winners to bring you up to date on. One of those is Patrick Gonzalez, who has ended the run of Germany's Tobias Bongers by 11 racks to 6. And Bernie Regalario, one of so many talented young Philippines players, is an 11-7 winner against Dimitris Lukatos of Greece, who reached the quarterfinals of the UK Open a couple of years ago. Aloysius Yap might not be too far away from the next round, but still not guaranteed. He's on the hill, but it's only 10-8 against Jeffrey Ignacio. Winner of that will go through to play Mieszko Fortunski, who had that dramatic win over AJ Manis earlier. And this has a bit of a Mosconi Cup feel to it, this one we're looking at now, Jeremy.
Yeah, two guys that are trying to get deep in this tournament. Of course, a former world champion with FSR, and Tyler Steyer coming off his best results not long ago on the World 9-Ball Tour as far as the biggest events. And, you know, an interesting match. Naoki Oi up 7-5 over SVB. SVB started out with a 2-0 lead in that match also. There's a lot of close ones. I guess you mentioned Chua. He won that with a golden break, by the way, with that match. And Max missed the 9-ball to go up 10-9 first. So, or maybe that was to go up 10-8, actually. Aloysius Yap now at 10-9 with Ignacio. Lechner and Filler at 8-8.
So we didn't see Mohamed Soufi at all in the first rack. But the dry break gets him in early in the second, and he's already doing his best to prove right everything we said about him, JJ, just how swift he is around the table and how appealing to watch.
Yeah, and you know, again, a little bit different technique, you may say, but still a nice aggressive stroke of the cue. And he's really improved all those little things. You know, the good thing, he's going to stay aggressive, and that's how you win matches and win tournaments. For the most part, you know, that's how also his style can sometimes kind of jar another player, to be fair.
In what way would that be the case?
Well, just playing fast and playing loose, and you just, you know, you almost kind of like try to anticipate a mistake, but he keeps knocking balls in. Like here, for instance, he's got near the rail, a little flat. Does he elevate? Does he go with top inside? He just doesn't really fear any shot. And that can be a little taxing when you're in his opponent. Oh. And it's almost like when you do see him miss, it's at the softer speed. When he has to put a little thump on it, he's usually really, really good. And he's really good at all of them, but with the occasional miss, it seems like it's on the lighter side.
So it looked as though Ko Ping Chung might be restricted to only playing the break shot in this rack, but he's back at the table now. Always unpredictable when you're coming in and out of the jaws like that as to what the cue ball's going to do, but it's done exactly what he wanted it to do because he's got the most straightforward 9 to open a 2-0 lead. Now let's get out to table 13 because Aloysius Yap, the number 2 seed, has gone hill-hill with Jeffrey Ignacio, who was a quarter-finalist last year. Yap, who was so good in winning that UK Open, particularly in the final against Jonas Suto, the man we've just seen on the main table. And that is Ignacio at the table now. And while we're looking at that, just to confirm what Jeremy was saying, Johan Chua, who got to the semis last year, has won 11-9 against Max Eberle. And Chua will now play Anton Raga, who got to the quarters last year. That will be later today in the last 32. Former champion Joshua Filler, level at 8-all with Max Lechner. Filler was 1 rack away from not making single elimination last night. It's also 8-all between Roland Garcia, a former runner-up, and Oliver Shalnocki, who's been to the semi-finals in the past. Jason Shaw, the last remaining British player, has won the opener against Dennis Graba. And it's 5-4 for American Tyler Steyer in that match we were looking in on. 6-4 now against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. And I can tell you, Naoki Oi has now gone 8-5 in front against Shane Van Boening, the champion of 3 years ago. Last year's runner-up, Eklund Kachi, is on the hill, 10-8 against Zhao Griot. So much going on. And back here, it's 2-0 to KPC.
Yeah, it's just such a consistent breaker. Gets a lot of looks at that lowest numbered ball, continually making the one, it seems like. Yeah, FSR had a pretty easy missed ball there in the last rack to try and tie that match. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the final 32. I mean, could be some amazing matches. Filler, and they're all amazing, really, but it could be Filler and Federer, of course. It's going to be Chua and Anton Raga. And you can just look at the bracket at WNTLivescores.com, and you can really figure out there's a lot of matches you can consider. Could be a final, a couple semifinals.
Well, there are a few matches we know already. We know that Carlo Beato, a former winner of this title, who had that dramatic win over Chris Melling earlier, will play Victor Zielinski. Mickey Kraus, Mosconi Cup winner last year and also European Open winner last year, up against James Aranas, part of the Philippines team that won the World Cup summer before last. Another Philippines player, Bernie Regalario, will play former World Masters finalist Loho Sum. So they're the matches we already know for the next round.
Yeah, big fluke there. I think it flicked the pink 4 as it came off that rail. Don't know if this plays by the 4 or not. I think it may slide in. No, he decided to play the simple safety.
Ko Ping Chung has not yet emulated his brother, Ko Pin Yi, by winning this World Championship. He almost played him in the final back in 2015, and Ko Pin Yi won it. Beat Shane Van Boening in the final, but Van Boening had beaten the man at the table right now in the semi-finals. What a story that would have been, 2 brothers playing each other in the world final. And it's not the only time Ko Ping-chung has been to the semis of this championship. He got there again in 2019. Lost to Fedor Gorst, who went on to lift the title.
And just some of these things we've seen this week just tells you what a shot, what a shot. How fickle and touchy this sport is. I mean, Yap, who won our last, big open event, right? And now he's really kind of struggled in many matches, a lot of close ones. And now at Hill Hill with Ignacio. He's got the jump cue out, by the way. So he is at the table at least. Back-to-back jumps.
Well, that's turned out perfectly, and we spoke earlier about how swift Sufi is, but Ko Ping-chung could be 3-0 up in no time at all here. He was absolutely amazing on his way to that US Open title. Basically achieved perfection in the semi-final against Aloysius Yap, winning 11-0, and then had a run of 10 racks in a row to come from behind in the final. Trailed 6-3 against Fedor Gorst and won at 13-6. At one stage of that championship, across 3 different matches, he won 16 racks in succession, all against very accomplished opponents. So as I was saying, once he gets a bit of momentum behind him, he can be absolutely unstoppable. And he's certainly got the early momentum here, because Ko Ping-chung leads Mohammed Sufi, the former world runner-up, by 3 racks to 0. One of the favourites to win this World Championship is out. The world number 2, Aloysius Yap, winner of the UK Open in such fine style back in May in Telford, has just been beaten 11-10 by Jeffrey Ignacio. Yap took out the jump cue to attempt to pot the 4-ball in the deciding rack, missed it and didn't get back to the table. So Ignacio, a quarter-finalist last year, is still in it. He's won 11-10 and will play Mieszko Fortunski in the last 32 later. And another of the favourites in danger, Joshua Filler, a former winner of this title, 9-8 down against Max Lechner. Shane Van Boening, who's also won it in the past, has got work to do as well, trailing Naoki Oi, a former world semi-finalist, by 8 racks to 6. Back here, Ko Ping Chung, off to a fine start against the former runner-up, Mohamed Soufi, 3-0 in his favour.
Yeah, you may as well just not put the one right in that side when he breaks for the most part. But an interesting kind of, development that I really don't know what's developed, but I'm going to find out later. Yap, of course, anytime you lose a match, you're not going to be happy. Yap keeps it very professional, and it is the Worlds, so it does mean a bit more. But he was kind of alarmingly upset. Kind of tossing the ball around, had a word with Ignacio, had a word with the referee, it seemed. Maybe been a little more to it than just losing that match.
Yeah, he's still there. I mean, Torsten Homan and Kasper Matikainen have arrived at the table to start getting ready for their match, and Yap is still there. And can you see, Jeremy, that looks like Ko Po Cheng, former world finalist, he's still talking to about it
Yeah.
quite intently.
Yeah, and there's, like any sport, you don't want to ever talk about manipulation that shouldn't be there, but we'll try and find out what happened. And of course, Ko and Yap, and now the guy we lost last week, Chang, those were real good buddies, and probably wanted to try and win this tournament for Chang Jung Lin. But just for himself as well, and now he's out. But a little drama to finish.
And speaking of Asian players, one of the most experienced of them all, Naoki Oi, is now 9-6 up on Shane Van Boening.
Oh, if you bat an eye, you'll miss a rack or two. He gets around it pretty quickly.
And stuff going on everywhere, Jeremy. Joshua Filler is now a rack. Gorst in the next round, and we were all looking at a potential Gorst versus Filler, but Max Lechner has got other ideas.
Yeah, and this is the Worlds. They're all great players, but there are some that, of course, a little down the totem pole from others. I was a little worried about that match for Max. He had 2 easy wins, had a pretty nice draw to get to that final 64 if there is one out there, but he's really responded here against arguably the greatest player in the world.
Meanwhile, back here, Mohamed Soufi looking to get off the mark. He won his opening match against the Canadian Martin Degler and then lost to Anton Raga, who was a quarter-finalist here last year. And that sent him into a tough losers qualification round match last night against Alexander Kazakis, who's been to the semi-finals of this championship twice. But a fine win for Soufi, got through 9-5. Here he is on the main table, looking to open his account.
Yeah, nothing here. He's just got to kind of go past it, kill the ball maybe. Is this going to be enough speed? Yeah, I was going to say it looked a little funny coming across. He didn't pass the 9. And I feel like this is very makeable on the side.
Extension called.
Maybe able to get a different camera angle. I'm not sure, but. Cue ball, watch out for cue ball.
Wow.
I mean, good matches or them tense arms, it seems again. Like I've seen a lot of tight ones out here this morning in the early afternoon.
Well, it almost feels like it's day one again, because now we're into the single elimination phase, and also the money, even match by match, is going up so rapidly now, and it's the biggest payday opportunity of the year by far for these guys, and you can't ignore any of those realities. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz went all the way 2 years ago in Poland, and this was the stage where he went out last year.
Yeah, Tyler Steyer was in control, really missed a cupcake in the last game to take a 7-4 lead. Now it's 6-5 in this match. The American does lead, but you can see FSR, former world champion, at the table. I'll tell you a match that two guys that I've seen pretty calm, and one that doesn't get talked about enough, I think, just because he's so quiet, but they just teed it off, and that's Pius Labutis and Wojciech Szewczak. Watched Szewczak play this week a couple times. I got a chance to see him play 3 or 4 games in each of his matches, and he looked just as clean as anyone in the field. Been a little bit of a battle for Pius to get to this point, but he seems to be improving.
Yeah, Szewczak, a semi-finalist last year. Labutis has been to 3 major semi-finals in the last couple of years. This is Duong Kwok Kwang. So when Shane Van Boning was the defending champion a couple of years ago, it was Duong who ended his hopes. And is Max Lechner going to end the challenge of Joshua Filler? Dominant in winning the European Open earlier this year. World champion back in 2018, added the US Open a few months later, but if Max Lechner polishes these off, Joshua Filler will be out of the championship.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, if you think about 3 consecutive matches for the German Filler, a loss against Yanni Oski, which I think Yanni can really put great matches together, and I'm glad to see him back out here playing. Took a little time off there for a little bit, maybe a year. And then Gerson Martinez last night could have beat Filler, really.
5-1 up he was.
Yeah, yeah. And on the hill had a shot.
Yeah.
Missed the 5 ball, I believe it was, but and again, Mad Max is a great player. He's a guy that can win these events. But you just don't see Filler having those struggles in consecutive matches, let alone 3 in a row.
Lechner is very much a big occasion player. He's been within a few racks of winning the US Open back in 2022 in Atlantic City. He's been to the quarterfinals of this championship on 2 occasions.
Rack number
He
5.
was 3 balls away from what you have to say is
4 racks to 0.
going to be one of the finest wins of his career.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk about a match that sets you up moving forward. All these players that, he's overhit this a little bit. He's overhit this a little bit. He's going to get a hair thin, I think, but he's okay. But all these players that win, they have to play another match this evening to try and get into that final 16. So, you want to win, but you want to win, with solid play. It doesn't have to be something out of this world. But the good thing about Max, one thing you can always rely on with him, is he's going to break the balls well. So as long as he can keep his nerves in check, he's usually going to get opportunity.
And he has a gilt-edged opportunity here to complete another big story. This for the match. Max Lechner has defeated Joshua Filler 11-8. And for the second time in 3 years, Filler exits at the last 64 stage. And things do not get any easier for Max Lechner, because having just beaten a former champion, he will now play the current champion, Fedor Gorst, for a place in the last 16. Back here, Ko Ping Chung broke dry for the 2nd time out of 5 so far. Noticed a fly climbing up on the yellow 1 ball there. Everyone trying to get a glimpse of the action here, whatever way they can, Jay.
Well, they're trying to, these fans trying to sneak in. And fans and flies that are fans.
Yeah, you can see.
I wonder what he thought of when the cue ball hit it. Huh? It was an earthquake? Oh, he saw it coming.
Got off just in time, yeah.
Yeah, a little fortunate with the bump on the 4 to really tie up the 2, because he did sell out on the 1 here.
Extension called.
And that's what you want. If you're playing Sufi, you want a little bit of a tactical battle here and there. You don't want it to just be breaking runs, because he can keep up in that regard, I believe.
said, he was only 3 racks away from coming from nowhere to win this championship the year before last. And he had a good run last year as well. Got to the last 16 here. And almost got further. He was only beaten 11-8 by Johan Chua. I only saw him in the single elimination phase of one other matchroom event last year. That was the European Open. Got to the last 32 and lost to Alban Ocean.
Tell you what, it's just as I was about to speak, I was going to say, Robbie Capito down 3-2 to Amir Ali, and Ali at the table had a routine 3-ball out. He's kind of gotten on top of the 8, but there's so many ones that we just don't talk about enough. Woo Kun Lin up 5-4, great player. Jeffrey Rhoda up 8-3 against Poo Che Wei. But I've been super impressed also with the Vietnamese players, Michael.
Yep, steadily improving season after season, you have to feel. And news on Shane Van Boening, someone we do talk about a lot. He's 1 rack 17, so only 1 behind now against Naoki Oi of Japan at 9-8. Back here, Sufi with yet another chance to get his first rack on the board here.
Yeah, we always say it. Every sport, that first game and the last are the hardest to get. Should get on there here in rack 5, though.
Well, things have gone wrong late on and a couple of racks already in this match for Sufi. But not in this one. He's on the board at last. Ko Ping Chung now leading 4-1 in this last 64 match at the World Championship. So let's do a quick lap of the hall here in Jeddah this afternoon. And this is Tyler Steyer of the US playing Francisco Sanchez Ruiz from Spain, champion of 2023. And it's 6-all now. I can tell you Shane Van Boening has quickly added another one, so level now with Naoki Oi at 9-all.
I think that might have been a golden one then.
You would have to think, yeah.
And who makes more than him on the golden breaks?
Oliver Shalnocki is 9-8 up on Roland Garcia. Jeffrey Rodda is closing in on the next round, leading Fu Che Wei 8-3. And Jason Shaw, the last surviving UK player, 2-1 down against Dennis Grab of Estonia, who's been in the quarterfinals of this championship
Rack number 6,
in the past.
Muhammad Sufi to break, trailing 4x1.
So, back to the main table. Sufi's first break. He's got the one in the side. What do you make of his breaking technique overall, Jake?
No, very good. Very kind of standard for what the guys are trying to do. They all try to do it from different positions, just because one likes to draw the ball more, one likes to have a little more draw stun. Kachi, SVB like to really load it up with pace for the most part, but very good stuff. Looks very repeatable the way he hit it as well. Difficult push-out situation here, though. That's why you see him really sizing up a jump. I mean, you got to believe that, you know, you're going to freeze him on the rail here when you push out, but there's going to be options, whether it be an attacking option or some type of two-way shot. You got a challenge, though, I think. I'll tell you what, the end is just improved so much. He's had so much talent, but now really putting the strategy and the tactical side together. His cue ball's gotten so much better. I think he's about to go at 5-0 here.
Is that Long Duc Tien?
Yeah.
Yeah, currently leading 4-0 against Su Jian. It was Long who sent Shane Van Boening to the loser's side.
As soon as we open our mouth, he missed a 7. Or I opened my mouth, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm not sharing the blame with you.
I'd try to take you down with me. But this is the type of shot I was talking about. He maybe tries to make it. Maybe has something two-way involved. Difficult here. Is he trying to bank the 2 down using the 5? It requires a pretty much a perfect hit. Otherwise, the 2 catches the 6, and then we got issues. Really limited options, though, so he may have to go for this regardless. Nice hit. Nice. May give up a little something on the pink 4 coming off the left side of the 2. That would be Ko Ping Chung's left side of the 2.
Both of these players looking to make a big impact on a matchroom event for the first time this year. They both went out in the last 32 of the European Open. Ko Ping Chung was beaten there by, well, one of the many men of the moment here this afternoon, Max Lechner. Sufi beat Gary Wilson, who's well known from the snooker world, to get to the last 32 of that European Open, and then lost to Jason Shaw. Neither of them played, actually, in the UK Open.
Well, memory doesn't totally serve me. I know you'll have my back in this one, but I'm pretty sure Sufi made a decent little run here last year. I mean,
yeah, last 16, I was saying, yeah. And then pushed Chua pretty hard.
Yeah, Chua narrowly escaping. Hats off to Max Everly. He's played a really nice World Championships. Even though he exited the final 64, he just played really solid pool. It seemed like in every match. Now, did the 9 get bumped earlier? Because the 7-9 wasn't on before. Now it seems like when Sufi tried to play that 2 and that two-way shot, he shaved the 7 into play. If he gets any piece of this 7, the 9 should go.
Go it has. And so, Ko Ping Chung has gone 4 clear again. Mohamed Sufi really can't get a foothold here. It's 5-1. Earlier this afternoon, we saw the defending champion Fedor Gorst go through to the last 32. He's been joined there by the man he beat in the final last year. Eklan Kaci of Albania had another close one, but came through it against João Grillo of Portugal by 11 racks to 8. Kaci will now play Patrick Gonzalez of the Philippines. Back here, Ko Ping Chung in control. Sufi's missed his chances. It's 5-1.
All right, the cue ball got lost. We couldn't see it, but Sufi out of the chair quickly, so it was a scratch in the lower right. Normally when you get that scratch, we'll get another look, but that's usually on you. You caught it a little thin, and then you got a kiss, and that's exactly what happened.
Start the shot clock.
So Shane Van Boning is a rack away from going out of the championship. He's now trailing 10-9 against Naoki Oi, although I believe he's at the table with a chance to take that to Hill. Yep, here he is, and it looks like a fairly straightforward 8-9. Oi with his own history in this championship. He's been to the semi-finals of it before.
Yeah, and I talked about filler maybe being a little deja vu of what Federer did last year. Maybe it's SVB that kind of has that same thing going on if he happens to get through this match.
Well, we know how strong his break is, and he will have the break in the deciding rack. Back to the main table.
Yes, didn't like it.
It's funny how often this happens, isn't it? You know, it shows the unpredictability of the game. That you look at the match and say, okay, let's put that on the main table. It's an obvious one to put on there, but you can never legislate for what's going to happen, because so often we see this where one player goes well in front on the main table and all the drama's going on around us. But of course, we'll keep you across all of that as well.
Yeah, well, 9-ball can change like the wind, especially with the best in the world. We've saw some matches change. Morris Newhausen, I believe, was up 8-5 against Mario He before losing 6 in a row. And I didn't really see him do a whole lot wrong either.
Sort of a reversal of what's happened to Mario He himself in a lot of big matches in recent years, where he's had big leads and lost. Okay, Shane Van Boning, he's not made the one in the side, and I don't think anything else is going to drop for him.
Yeah, and it's going to be a safety option there for Naoki Oi. We'll keep you tuned in. He's going to drop this down. No, he's going to play behind the 6. Very good. Well, I'll tell you, Michael, maybe a little selfish comment, but I can't wait to play after being here and watching these guys and then battle it out. And, you know, it gets you in stroke almost just watching them, or makes you think that way anyways. But it gets the blood flowing is basically it.
Yeah, you can't watch this much of any sport over such a concentrated period and not want to get out there and feel some of the action yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially when you're as good as you still are.
Well, we'll see about that, but thank you. He's going to give up a shot. Well, I thought it was going to be a bit easier, so he's got to come with one here if he decides to attack. But that's another thing that has made him so good, is that 50-50 ball. Should I play safe? Should I attack? When he decides to attack on it, he makes it at a very high rate. Tell you, that missed ball by Tyler Steyer to go up 7-4 has been very punishing. Now maybe FSR's at the table to maybe go up 8-6, and maybe to go up 7-6. I don't have the scores right in front of me, but he's missed this one. This one's going to hang. Maybe got a little bit of a roll. No, he's giving up a shot, so Sufi's got a chance.
Yeah, and he's had plenty of them. Got to start taking them at some point, and this match could easily slip away from him. As we've said, Ko Ping Chung, once he gets on a roll, can become unstoppable.
And one thing I do like about Sufi, though, we saw that in Poland a couple years ago, is when he does have a miss, he can leave it behind pretty well. He doesn't let it linger. Is he falling straight-ish here? So gonna probably have to play the 9 from near the cushion. So when the nerves are high, even though it looks fairly routine, some of the hardest shots.
A couple of racks have already slipped away from him late on in this match, and that was another one.
Yeah, it's kind of cute across it a little bit, it seemed like. Because he didn't threaten the pocket by much, really. I mean, that was a good 2 inches up the rail.
So slipped away from him for now, of course.
And you saw him kind of cue across, and they hit a little right English, therefore the cue ball deflected to the left.
Now slipped away from him permanently. Mohamed Sufi has really had the chances to actually be in front in this match. As it is, he's a long way behind now. Ko Ping Chung already more than halfway to victory. It's 6-1. As we race across the arena here in Jeddah to table 2, where Shane Van Boening, twice the runner-up in this championship before he won it 3 years ago, is at the table looking to complete a great escape here, really, against Naoki Oi. And it would be astonishing, Jeremy, if he doesn't do it now.
Yeah, that would be amazing. And the great escape is what I'm curious, because after the break, it looked like there was going to be a real nice safety, you know, on serve or for Oi. And I'm just kind of wondering what Shane came with. A nice kick, a jump, something that may have happened, maybe even a fluke. And again, when you talk about a guy that sometimes, you know, I wouldn't say negative is the right word, but can have some doubt here later in the years, these kind of wins are super, super big.
Break, leading 6 racks to 1.
Yeah, I was talking about Tyler Steyer missed that ball to go up 7-4 and hasn't won a game since. It's down 8-6.
Yeah, that's against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He was the champion in 2023. Shane Van Boening was the champion the year before that. And he's still going in 2025. Shane Van Boening slaps the table in jubilation, in relief. The American star is through after somehow surviving 11-10 against Naoki Oi. And I can honestly say that with the possible exception of when he won this championship, Jeremy, I've never seen him react like that at the end of a match.
Well, you certainly haven't seen him at the final six, you know, in the 64 round,
yeah.
Act like that. I mean, that was some grit there. And again, that shows you, you know, the kind of confidence maybe, or even just kind of a little emotion he's building, which can't be a bad thing.
Yeah, and you know, he's a couple of years into his 40s now. You start to get to that point where you wonder how many more big days you're going to have, and that feeds into that kind of emotion as well. But heartbreak for Naoki Oi, who of course we saw in that European Open final earlier in the year. Van Boening could face a fellow former world champion in the next round, because he'll play either Torsten Homan, who's won this twice, or Kasper Matikainen. They're still in the very early stages, though, at 1-1. So drama going on all around us, while Ko Ping Chung continues in his usual efficient way. Oliver Shalnocki might be getting through in the next few minutes. 10-8 up on Roland Garcia. Two players who have both gone very far in this championship in the past.
Yeah, Alexa Paselge is down 5-3. I think he's won 4 on the spin. And up 7-5 on Wu Kun Lin. Young man that has a ton of talent. Had some great results in some big events. What was he, semifinalist in the U.S. Open a few years ago, and Had a little bit of a quiet, maybe yearish after that semifinal run, but here to try and get to that final 32.
Well, we've seen late twists in some of the earlier acts. This time, though, it's a pretty clean kill for Ko Ping Chung, and he's racing away with it now. Mohamed Soufi looking fed up and frustrated in his chair, but he has the look of a man who knows he only has himself to blame, because he's had plenty of chances in this match and just hasn't been able to take them. So Ko Ping Chung now leading 7-1, and he's already just 4 away. And you can see on table 3, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz just a few away from victory now, 8-6 up on Tyler Steyer. So 4 Americans made it through to the single elimination stage. 2 of them now with Van Boning's win, joining Federgorst are through. Max Eberle is out. Tyler Steyer's fate still in the balance. And Duong Kwok Wang there, he's had so many wins over really good players over the last 3 or 4 years. He may get another one. He's leading 9-6 over Daniel Maciol, who had that semi-final run at the European Open in Sarajevo back in the spring. And this is your compatriot, Jeremy.
He may fluke this. Yesterday he fluked like 3 or 4 on this table, and they were big flukes. Yeah, and what was that? We brought 8, I believe, so half made it. Not too bad, considering.
Also, it's good as well to see a new name like Max Eberle getting through. You know, he's not used to getting through to the later stages of these events, so you had him in the last 64 as well. Oh, and it just gets worse for Mohamed Soufi, doesn't it? It's the golden break for Ko Ping Chung, and he's now just 3 away from going through. Ko Ping Chung stretches his already massive lead even further. It's 8 racks to 1. Ko Ping Chung totally dominant here, closing in on further progress as he looks to win this world title for the first time. The hand raised in apology, but he'll gratefully accept that, and it looks a long way back now for Mohamed Soufi. So, a couple more players on the hill. We may have more wins to report in a moment, but now we're going to take a short break. Hungary's Oliver Szolnocki, Duong Quoc Huang of Vietnam, and the Philippines player Jeffrey Rodda are all currently just one rack away from advancing to the last 32. So we may be bringing you news of wins for them in the next few moments, and it may not be long before this man advances to tonight's play as well, because Ko Ping Chung, after that golden break in the 9th rack, now leads Mohamed Soufi, the runner-up from 2 years ago, 8-1.
Yeah, he somehow found that gap coming back and forth between those balls. He's got a thin one from distance, but it's kind of one of his bread and butter shots, really. We saw that in the opening rack on the 8. It wasn't as far away, but he's got great eyes for the edge of the ball.
It's been around such a long time. The All Japan Championship, of course, a big event. He got to the final of that when he was only 15.
Yeah, amazing. I played in that event a couple times. We used to go to Japan for the entire month of November, pretty much. They'd have an event in Tokyo and then the All Japan in Osaka. Really always a class event. Had to gamble. Had to gamble with the cue ball, and now Soufi's really got to make a charge. And Soufi can break the ball, so if he can get out here and settle himself, you never know.
Start the shot clock.
Well, that's what you got to do. You got to halt the momentum of Ko Ping Chung, because once he gets it, he's unstoppable. The time he might be vulnerable would be when you're putting him under a bit more pressure. You look at some of the mistakes he's made, Jeremy. Is that just a natural consequence, Soufi, of the way he plays and the instinctive style and the speed, that you're going to have moments like that?
Yeah, and you know, people always talked about Earl Strickland. Earl Strickland could see the table quickly. But also Earl had that instinct when to take that little extra time, making sure he doesn't fall on the rail on a key shot. Like he got straight on the 8 earlier in a key moment, had to shoot the 9 off the cushion. We saw him miss it. Just those little things when you play with a little more pace, or let's say a lot of pace, that can sometimes come back to bite you.
Okay, so Mohamed Soufi did manage to take that chance and close into 8-2. Now, one of the big stories, arguably the big story of the afternoon so far, Joshua Filler out of the championship, beaten by the very likeable Austrian Max Lechner, who spoke afterwards to Cowboys.
Max Lechner, congratulations. You have just beat one of the tournament favourites. How are you feeling?
Yeah, obviously I'm feeling great. I mean, I just told Jake, it feels like I'm playing Sinner and Alcaraz back-to-back. Now my next opponent is Federer, so... But yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to win the World Championships, you got to beat those guys. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with my game. I mean, we had a lot of safety battles back and forth and a lot of messy wrecks. So I don't feel like I'm really steep running at the moment. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the next match, and I hope the breaks treat me better next time.
Yeah, we're just about to ask that. Obviously, up next, Federer Gorse. So you've got to do it the hard way. When the draw was made, do you kind of look at it? Do you kind of plan it out?
When I went to the room, Albin was smiling at me, and I knew immediately I'm going to play Josh, because it's not the first time I draw him in the first stage of the knockout rounds. But yeah, I mean, I've beaten him several times, he beat me several times. I'm glad it didn't went hill-hill, because he won probably all of the hill-hill matches we had. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, I need to care about myself and yeah, what I got to do to play a good game, and yeah, that's it.
I think he said there Albin was smiling at him about the draw. It's good to know Albin managed to smile last night after the way he was beaten on the main table. Albin Ocean, the 2-time champion, Lechner's great friend. Okay, so Lechner is through, and a couple of other names as well have advanced. Duong Quoc Huang from Vietnam, quarter-finalist 2 years ago, an 11-6 winner over Daniel Maciol of Poland. And Jeffrey Rodda has won 11-4 over Fu Che Wei. Rodda from the Philippines could now face the only remaining British player, Jason Shaw, who's in action at the moment, and level with Dennis Graba of Estonia at 3-all. Now back here on the main table, Soufi had only his second break of the match, and this time he came up dry, which is why Ko Ping Chung is back at the table with a chance to go 7 clear again.
Yeah, and you'll see him come 2 rails to the center here. And this is all about getting from the 4 to the 5. When you play here in the center, he wanted to be a little closer to this ball, maybe a hair of a let up. But now he can come across the 4 2 cushions and gain that angle. it's going to get him back on the purple 5. You try to fall a little flatter on the 3, you get a little straight, you get a little that funny angle where you can't hold the ball. Things become difficult. Another one of his bread and butters, just a hair of outside. Oh, he hit it thick. And again, this may get a little odd. Now he's got to plan a different route from the 4 to the 5. I don't know if he can straight draw it past the side. You know, the slick table offers that a bit more often than maybe the outer tables, but may have to stun follow by the 8 2 cushions coming down below the 9.
Extension called.
Now some chinks in the armor from Ko Ping Chung. And you said it, he got some opportunities early, that being Sufi. Really fortunate on the miss. And I'll tell you, it's not the type of jump shot you want to go for. You have to carry over the 5 with a nearby 4. But the problem is he doesn't really have any kicks up the table because the 9 ball's got him blocked. Can he go between the 6 and 5? Oh, he's going underneath the 5. Okay, so maybe this is a rail first that he can make. He's got to hit it awfully easy, though, to hold and not get snookered behind the green 6.
Let's just take a look in on the match we've been talking about a lot this afternoon. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in play here, looking to get to 10-7 against Tyler Steyer. It's been pretty close for a lot of the way, but the Spaniard, as you would expect of a player of his class, just seems to be stepping it up a gear towards the end of the match. Went out in this round last year as defending champion, but a rack away from progressing further this time. FSR leads the American Mosconi Cup player Tyler Steyer 10-7.
Yeah, nice hit there. Ko Ping Chung, he did leave a shot. Very natural to get on the 5 coming straight down the table, but he's got to knock in a nice one. Nice speed. The pocket should be a little friendly. Oh, he's overcut it. And of course, you're not selling out on those shots, right? You're not giving up something when you make that miss like that, but that's the difference, is you're letting it back to the table with an opportunity to maybe play a nice safety or get back in this game where Sufi should be clearing up. Wow, it looked like he whiffed it. So all of a sudden, Ko Ping Chung making some very uncharacteristic mistakes.
Start the shot clock.
This is pretty routine. Just control the speed is all. As you come down on the 5. May fall underneath this a little. This could get a little funny. Good thing for him, the center of the table is very clear because he's going to have to track the cue ball up and down.
Yeah, he represents Syria, which is where he's from, as we've been saying, but he's actually been based in Dortmund in Germany for around about a decade now, and it was in Germany I think we first really started to take notice of him. The European Open in Fulda around about this time 3 years ago. He had a fine win over Darren Appleton, former World and US Open champion from Yorkshire, to get to the last 32 at that European Open, and then only lost narrowly to local man Mateusz Sniagotsky. So the golden break made it 8-1 in favour of Ko Ping Chung, but since then he's lost 2 in a row. Sufi closes to 8-3. Oliver Szolnocki was a surprise World Championship semi-finalist 4 years ago. He's been to the quarters again since, and he's into the last 32 this year after an 11-8 win over Roland Garcia, who was the runner-up in the World Championship 8 years ago. Back to FSR as he looks to close the deal. Sean Ockey, incidentally, will now go through to face Mario He, another player who's been to the semi-finals of this World Championship in the past. Close one going on table 7. Marvin Assis of the Philippines, level at 8-all with Vietnam's Bui Trong An. Winner of that placed Wong Kwok Wang tonight. Jason Shaw now 4-3 down to Dennis Graba. Konrad Jusishin, who was is from Poland, leads 8-3 now against Wenan Tan. Wojciech Szewczyk, a semi-finalist last year, 3-1 down against the ever-improving Lithuanian Pius Labutis.
Muhammad Sufi to break, trading 8 reks to 3.
Can't keep up with all this, Jeremy. What an amazing day it's turning into.
Yeah, FSR has 5 left, and he's in a prime position, it appears, to shut the door on American Tyler Steyer. But looking at this match, there have been some mistakes. So good to finish strong here for FSR, trying to move forward.
Back to this one. And just to say, you mentioned Alexa Pescelj there of Serbia. He's now 8-6 up against Wu Kunlin, who's been to the semi-finals of the World Championship on 2 occasions. And that's of particular significance here because the winner of this will play the winner of that. And that stat was amazing there, total balls potted. You think of the number of racks that Sufi has potted most of the balls, nearly all of them in fact, and ended up losing. And you think of Ko Ping Chung, he's had a couple of early finishes, including the golden break in rack 9.
Push out called.
It's not about how many balls you pot, Jeremy, it's about potting the big ones at the big moments.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see those matches like that. It's not too often that you're going to have someone pot more balls than the other and, lose the match by many games. But now I don't know about this. He's going to be able to bring the 3 down, but this is a pretty weak rollout, in my opinion. He's going to be able to bring the 3 down in between the 9 and the 4, the pink 4, or he can attack. But the safety's pretty easy. And then you bring the cue ball behind the 6. So I never blame a player for attacking. And actually, the attack has a 2-way also. There's really been some mishits on the ball from the former U.S. Open champion. Looking at a swerve.
You have extension.
Can't get a whole lot of speed on it.
Extension called.
Ever been 2 British winners of the World Championship. Jason Shaw always comes now as the most likely to add to that. He's still in the championship, but he's got a fight in his hands against Dennis Graba of Estonia, because Shaw is now trailing 6-3.
Yeah, at 4-3, it glanced over. He had a
Extension
6
call.
ball, pretty routine down the rail, hung it, lost a couple games since. So Dennis Graba, who had a nice win in America over a pretty good field this year. I think that's really boosted his confidence. He went on in Europe and played some nice tournaments there. And then all of a sudden, how many mistakes have we seen from Chung here in the last 3 games? I'd say 4 or 5, really.
Confirm that result from table 3, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, an 11-7 winner over Tyler Steyer, and will now face a Dutch opponent in the next round, but we don't know who it's going to be. Marco Teutcher currently 3-1 up on Mark Beisterbosch.
Did he make it? No, he didn't, but great effort. Teutcher travels the furthest, I think, than anyone to these events, coming from New Zealand.
Yeah, represents the Netherlands, but he is based over there. Won a big event in Australia a couple of years ago. Mentioned Sufi representing Syria. They made their first ever appearance in the World Cup of Pool the summer before last in Spain on the back of Sufi's run to that world final. He was part of the team. Lost to China in the first round though.
Nice hit. Unfortunate to lose the cue ball.
Faust stroke.
Really, really unlucky there.
Yeah, and he's looking to the sky with the air of a player who feels like he's had a lot of bad luck, and maybe that's happened once or twice, but he's also got to take the blame for the chances he passed up early on. All the opportunities were there to establish an early lead and try to build from there, instead of which he kept letting Ko Ping Chung off the hook. Found himself a long way behind. And he could be trailing by half a dozen again in just a few minutes' time.
Yeah, two of the young guns. Of course, there's so many these days, and two good buddies. Sanjin Pelovanovic and Kledio Kachi about to tee off on table 2.
Such an efficient player at getting through the matches you expect him to, and getting past the early rounds of events. Ko Ping Chung, he was one of only 9 players actually to get to single elimination in all of the Matchroom big field events in the course of last year. Best run in one of those was at the European Open, got to the quarters, lost to Mickey Krause, who went on to win it. So Sufi was in a tight spot, made a good hit. It was a bit unfortunate to see the cue ball scratch. He then sat out the rest of this 12th rack. Ko Ping Chung just a couple away now. He leads 9-3. Jason Shaw really needed to win the 10th rack against Dennis Graber, and he has, to cut his deficit to 6-4. And over on table 2, just in the early stages, Sanjin Pelovanovic of Bosnia and Herzegovina against the young Albanian player Kledio Kaci. Pelovanovic has won the opener there. Amir Ali of Iraq is 5-4 up on former UK Open winner Robbie Capito, and Long Duc Tien, who's having a great week, is having a great afternoon as well. 8-1 against Su Jian. Konrad Jusichin of Poland on the hill at 10-3 against Wenan Tan. So there are some of the big stories going on. One of the next stories could be Ko Ping Chung's progress. He only needs 2 more to advance.
Yeah, and he's going to get dressed up here on the 2, I believe. Well, got it a little thin, but we know he doesn't mind those. Figure him to attack. He's just got to figure out a path for the cue ball to get onto the red 3.
Comes the moose head. It's funny how every player just looks a bit awkward with this, because it doesn't come into play all that often. Never quite seem sure how to set themselves up for it.
Well, bridges are different as well, right? One bridge from a next is a little different how the cue lays on the rest, and also it's probably something, to be fair, that players don't practice enough. I mean, not saying you should put all your time into that, I mean, but you know, here and there, spend an hour or 2 just to make sure you're sharp. I'd be as guilty as anyone, really. I've been proved at it through the years, but also you got to get with someone that knows proper technique with that. I think that's overlooked as well. Man, it looks like a break and run here. Just right in front of him to get on the hill.
Yeah, technically he's had 3 break and runs in the match, although one of those was a golden break, which does go down in the break and run category. So this would be his 3rd traditional break and run, let's say.
Yeah, more where he earned it. But you know, you talk about break and runs to win these tournaments. The guy who does win it usually is putting together 3 to 4 break and runs at least in a match to get some separation somewhere as the match goes on. I think that's why SVB was so dominant as a whole, you know, besides this World 9 ball, but every other tournament seemed like his name was always in there at the business end, just because he had so many break and runs with that big break shot he carries.
And he's through to the next round, Shane Van Bonen, after that dramatic win over Naoki Oi earlier by 11 racks to 10. Here's what he made of it.
Shane Van Bonen just won a classic match against Naoki Oi. He'll tell us about it.
Pretty stressful. Yeah, I was losing the whole match, and he was catching a lot of rolls, and I caught a little roll at the end. And the last game, I shot the long putt on the 1 ball and ran out. So part of the game, I guess.
When you're playing in a match and it's so close and it's been going on quite a long time, and you feel like the player's getting the rolls, what's it like mentally? How do you handle it?
I think I handle it pretty well. You know, just keep my pace down, and you know, just go with the rhythm and just run out, you know, 1 ball at a time, and that's pretty much what I did.
Did you notice that Joshua Filler lost on the table just to the right here? Are you aware of things like that when you're playing in a tournament?
Yeah, I've been watching matches, and you know, I don't really pay attention to that much, so I just got to get out there and play my game.
You got a message for Federer? He's looking just over your shoulder here, smiling at you. Look.
I hope it's going to be me and him in the finals.
There we go. Shane will let you go. I know you're on soon, so go and get a bite to eat and a drink. Good luck.
Thank you.
Really says so much about the depth in the sport and the unpredictability of this championship that Shane Van Boening had never won it until 3 years ago. Did take care of it with that win against Albin Ocean, and he's still in the championship. I think that's 4 past winners of the title now through, just off the top of my head. Jeremy, Gorst, SVB, Sanchez, Ruiz and Beato. Torsten Homan hoping to join them.
I think he's got a pocket here to try and end this match with 2 breaking runs. He's made some mistakes here the latter quarter of the match, but nice to make it up with a good finish. And I was wondering, right after that dry break at Hill Hill, and it looked like Oy had a nice safety. And from what Shane's interview, I couldn't quite tell exactly what he said, but it sounded like he fluked the one in the Case game and then ran out behind it. Maybe it was a fluke on a kick shot, is what I'm assuming, something like that. All right, one real shot to take care of here. You need to not fall straight on the purple 5. You need to gain a little bit of an angle to make it easy to come across for the 6, and from there you can see it probably seals the deal for Ko Ping Chung. I think he's falling kind of straightish. No, he's got angle. Okay. It's actually perfect, really. He can just go top English, go by the 9.
So just a reminder that assuming Ko Ping Chung finishes it off here, he will play either Wu Kunlin or Alexa Pechels. They've both been far in this championship in the past. Pechels has been to the last 16. Wu Kunlin, a couple of semi-finals. It's Pechels from Serbia, currently leading that one 8-7. So still very much in the balance there, but different story in this one. Ko Ping Chung, not at his absolute best. He made some mistakes, particularly in the latter part of the match. But it looks as though he's going to finish strongly with back-to-back breaking runs.
I don't know if he was coming for the side or not. I doubt he'd missed his mark by that much. But he's dressed up for the corner. We're going to lose Sufi, who's an entertainer, but just wasn't to be.
You don't see many tournaments that Ko Ping Chung turns up to and leaves before we get to the later rounds, and he is still here for the last 32 of this World Championship. He has won against Mohamed Sufi by 11 racks to 3. Sufi, well, he's revisiting that 9-ball he missed earlier on, but look, it's too late for it now, and he's never going to pot it now. All the adrenaline is gone. And that was a match that I think we expected a lot of. Didn't quite turn out that way. Sufi, with those mistakes early on, I think was the main story of it. Ko Ping Chung marches on then by 11 racks to 3. He's into the last 32. Let's go back to Anna.
Thank you very much, Michael. Yeah, an impressive performance from Ko Ping Chung then over Mohamed Sufi, which means he is safely through to that all-important last 32. These are the results then from this afternoon, and world champion Fedor Gorst was put to the test this afternoon by island boy Yannick.
Stand.